plenty for us to get excited about, plenty for us to talk about and get our teeth into. So, yeah, very much looking forward to this week's show. Looks like there's just a little bit of an issue at the moment by the looks of it. Looks like it's just struggling to connect. There we go. Momentarily just struggling to connect over, but it has connected over now. So, yes, hello. Hope everyone is well. Let's have a look, shall we, and just see if there's any other news coming from WWE. So, as we said, few matches coming up. Charlotte against Bayley, Bobby Lashley on the Grayson Waller effect. We've also got Rey Mysterio. He's going to be in action against Santos Escobar. So, we've got that. Here is the breakdown of this week's show. Will John Cena go it alone at Fastlane? Obviously, we need to find out if he's going to have a partner, because we know that his last partner got attacked. A lot of people thinking that's going to be LA Knight, but LA Knight got COVID, I think, last week, so we don't know if he's quite recovered yet. So if he's recovered, then that could play a part this week. If not, then it might be that it goes another week and we get like a partner revealed at the actual show. So yeah, that is a bit of a talking point. We've got Rey against Santos, as we said. So that is going to be for the United States Championship. Charlotte Flair against Bayley. We spoke about that. Bobby Lashley on Grayson Waller effect. We spoke about that. And the final thing that's on the official preview is NXT No Mercy. So, NXT No Mercy tomorrow. We're doing the stream. It's already set up. So, if you are going to be around for NXT No Mercy, feel free to swing by. We're going to be nice and early, just like we are today. We're going to be nice and early. I'm trying to get as early as possible. I'm trying to get to as many people as possible, and we're doing the same tomorrow. Tomorrow we would normally do like a 6-hour stream anyway for UFC, and there is no UFC. Unfortunately, we can't do the boxing. I'd love to have done the boxing, but NXT No Mercy. I know it's NXT, and I know that it hasn't really got the hype around it of like, you know, a SummerSlam or anything along those lines, not even close. But we've still got Becky. Becky is going to be defending on that show. Dominic is on that show. Butch is on that show. Baron Corbin is on that show. There's still plenty of star power that's on that show. And there are a few thoughts that we may see Jade Cargill. I think there's a chance that Jade Cargill is in the crowd. I think there's a chance that we see Jade in the crowds, just giving us a wave. I don't know that she's going to get involved in any matches, because at this stage, I don't know that we've totally planned out what she's going to be doing, where she's going to be going, and all of that creative. So they've probably got a good idea if she's going to the main roster or going to NXT. But regardless, I think having her at No Mercy tomorrow, just to have a little wave in the crowds, even if it's just that, I think there's a good chance we'll see her tomorrow. So yeah, NXT No Mercy tomorrow. And of course, Wrestle Dream on Sunday. It's not a great name for a show, but it's a decent looking card. Like, out of 10, I'm probably like 7.25, 7.5 when it comes to like excitement for that show. We've gone down match by match, looked at it match by match, and it looks like a decent card. Like, honestly, it looks pretty decent. We've done a breakdown during the AEW stream, and I was quite surprised at like how many matches on that card like really did appeal to me, and as I said, it's the bulk, it's the vast majority. So I am genuinely quite looking forward to that. So Wrestle Dream on Sunday, No Mercy tomorrow, Smackdown tonight, Raw on Monday. It's a busy weekend, and yeah, let's get stuck into the chat and see where the conversation is at. Obviously, there's a few bits of news out there as well, not loads, but a few bits. Dark Angel said, it would be wild if Cena is talked about being with a partner and Look in My Eyes, What Do You See plays. Kian said, Days, hope you are well, having a great stream. Shout out to you, my friends. I am good, thank you. Trini, hello. Dean said, I agree. Jade should go to NXT to train and get a little better. Miss Clown, hello. Miss Clown likes flower power. Let's go. Off Tom said, if The Rock takes the title from Roman, who would you like to take the title from The Rock? I think John Cena to break Ric Flair's records. For me, probably Gunther. I know that you could put the Seth's title onto Gunther, but I think the one that Roman has got is the one. And I also, like, that is the title. And I also think that if they, and it's a big if, they put the title onto The Rock, right? Then I think that you would have a golden opportunity to build a big star. WWE have got a handful of big stars, right? And we have to use them to build the next wave of big stars. You know, your Triple H's, your Rocks, your Romans. Dare I say Seth Rollins? Maybe. I think so. I think Seth is probably in the conversation. I don't think he's as big as The Rock, obviously, and he's not as big as Roman. But I think it would be disingenuous to say he's not a big name. He's not a big star, but clearly not that level, right? Clearly not that level. But even to get people up to Seth's level, like we've got to invest. You know, we've got loads of potential, but we've got to invest in the people that are there now. You know, we need Austin Theory to kick on. We need Grayson Waller to kick on. We need Gunther to kick on. We need Ilya Dragunov when he arrives and Bron Breakker when he arrives. Like, we need these people to be that next generation, to be that next, you know, if you think back to the Attitude Era, you had Stone Cold, you had Undertaker, you had Kane, you had Triple H, you had The Rock, you had Mankind. Like, you had all these, like, good big names. Like, if you look across the landscape right now, you can certainly name people like, say, AJ Styles, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn. But maybe it's just because we're in the moment, but they don't feel as big as a Triple H, a Kane, an Undertaker, you know? And I think part of it is because we have really invested in Roman for the past 3 years. Like, it's been Roman over everyone. Roman is the priority. Roman, and what we've come out with is one of the biggest stars in the history of WWE. I mean, Roman Reigns stands alongside, for me, a Stone Cold, a Hulk Hogan, a John Cena. You know, he stands alongside those. Now, it might be that because the business was so much more in the mainstream during the Attitude Era, that Stone Cold is, and because it's just, you know, it's Stone Cold in it, Attitude Era, Stone Cold, he was cool, he was everywhere, they were just like selling so many Austin 316 shirts that I would have no problem with people telling me that Stone Cold is bigger than Roman. I'd have no problem, right? But I don't think Roman is a million miles away. If you think that he's just had this title for over 1,000 days, one of the longest runs of all time, and you think about how amazing the Bloodline story has been, and you think about how many great matches Roman has had, how many main events he's had as well in a row, like, and we know as well that, like, biggest Smackdown gate ever, most viewed Money in the Bank ever, most viewed WrestleMania ever. Like, a lot of people look at, like, how many viewers were tuning into WWE during the Attitude Era. But if you look and listen to the amount of records that are being broken at the moment under Triple H, I know they're only going to shout about the good stuff, right? I'm aware that it's maybe not all as sunny as they make it out to be, but there are still amazing, like, records. The social media records, to be honest, who cares, right? I don't care if the Rock return video was viewed by over 100 million people, right? That doesn't really mean much to me. because I haven't really got anything to benchmark it against, because I can't compare that to Hulk and Andre, can I? I can't compare that to Stone Cold and The Rock from WrestleMania 17, because this is something that's not around. What I would say is, if in the future something does 200 million on social media, then I'll be impressed, because all of a sudden I've got something to benchmark it against. All of a sudden I can go, well, I remember The Rock came back. He did 100 million. 120 million, whatever it's ended up being. So if this has now done 200 million, okay, now I'm impressed. But without having that history of previous data, it's very hard to know like how much of an achievement that is. WWE have got 97 million YouTube subscribers, right? So the fact that a return has been viewed like 100 and some million times across all of their platforms, like TikTok, Instagram, like all of these different platforms, it's kind of difficult for me being a boomer to know like how impressed I should be with that. I don't know, I don't know what's the most viewed video of all time across all the platforms, and what's the number of that. Is it billions? It's probably billions. So all of a sudden, like The Rock's return being 100 and some million, this is my point. So some of these numbers are just there to look good. They're just there to make you go, oh, that's a big number. That's a big number. But, at the end of the day, it just might not be that impressive. I'm a lot more impressed with the most viewed, how many people actually tuned in, how many people bought tickets. I'm a lot more impressed with that because I've got a long history that I can benchmark it against. There's a lot of stuff in the past I can benchmark it against. So I think some of the numbers are a bit, okay, fine. Yeah, I get why you're shouting about it. You're doing what you should be doing. But I ain't going to be, knocking my neighbor's door telling them the news. Because it doesn't really blow my mind that much. But some of it does. Some of it, like, I think they said that Money in the Bank, which may have been beaten now, was the most money they had ever generated for an arena show ever. Like all arena shows. I think they said it generated more than any others, like including WrestleManias and everything. And that could have been beaten now. So like those type of records go, oh, wow, that's impressive. I know we live in an age where things are getting more and more expensive and you have to take that into account. But even so, it's still very impressive, isn't it? It still shows the business is in good health. So I feel like Roman is like obviously the king of this moment. And I feel like he stands up there with a Stone Cold, who I would still put ahead, of course. But I don't think if we were to break it down, it would be a million miles away. Same with Hogan as well. I mean, we all remember Hulkamania. And just because we haven't had like Roman Mania, I think it can sort of feel like that was a bit hotter. That was, it was more colourful. It was everywhere. Everyone was like fully behind Hogan. There was loads of foam fingers. Everyone was wearing the yellow shirts. And the thing with this day and age, could you imagine if Roman had just had one shirt throughout the past 3 years, how many of those they would have sold? There's been so many Bloodline shirts and Usos shirts and Roman shirts and Sammy shirts and Solo shirts and so many different Bloodline ones as well. I don't think they've necessarily had that one design, which, is a shame actually, because it would have helped them to have had one. And it could have been their Austin 316, or it could have been their Hulk Rules, or do you know what I mean? Like if they just had that one shirt, maybe it would have seemed and come across a little bit more like everyone was wearing that one shirt, rather than people still wearing Bloodline shirts, but they're all different because there's so many different ones in this day and age. It's a different time. If we was to go redo Hulkamania, he'd have a flipping different shirt every other week as well. He'd have like 2 shirts a year at least. And so, yeah, it's just a bit of a different period. But I definitely put him up there with those types of names. But we need more. We need more. Roman is already working a reduced schedule. He ain't going to turn that schedule back up now, is he? He's not going to suddenly go, do you know what I want to do now at this stage in my life? I want to wrestle more. I want to wrestle 365 days a year. I can't see it. I think, if anything, we lose him even more, and he goes to Hollywood and spends more time with his family. You know, job done, really. Made his money, and now he's working a reduced schedule that I don't think he'll ever change from. So, where's the next Roman? That's the question. Where's the next Roman? We can look at Cody, but we know that Cody has said he's not sticking around. We've got to build stars. It's quite serious, actually. I'd say it's a real pressing matter. We've got to find a way of building some new stars, because Cody originally said he'd be done by the age of 40. I think he has moved that now, because obviously, you know, now he's sniffing around the title. You know, he doesn't want to go until that's been achieved, and he wants to have a good run with it. But I don't know that Cody's still here in 3 years, 5 years, certainly. But, you know, Cody is not someone that we've got for the next 10 years. Roman ain't someone we've got for the next 10 years. Brock isn't someone that we've got for the next 10 years. I don't know about Seth. We know that Seth's got a back injury, which is a legit injury. We've got a problem, man. We've got to build some stars. We've got to build some stars. We've got to invest in stars. So if The Rock was to win, I'd be like, let's put the title and let's start building up Gunther, who would be a heel. But at least if you've got a big heel like we've just had with Roman, then at least lots of baby faces can have a crack against him. And maybe one will catch fire. Maybe one will be able to kick on, you know. But good question. Liked it. That's why we spent so long on it. George Voggs said, thanks for seeing my tweet about deciding to watch the stream or go to the show. Well, I hope you're at the show, George, and I hope you're having a great time. I saw that you sent that picture of you outside, and yeah, I hope you have a great time. I'm sure you will. The card looks decent. The card actually looks quite good today, so... WWE for Life said, did you know there are only 2 matches on Fastlane, and the premium live event is next week? Yeah, we got to get some work done, haven't we? I mean, I'd imagine EO will likely defend. I don't know who she's going to defend against, but I'm guessing she will. I'm guessing that this Ray situation or Gunther situation, you know, is Gunther against Tommaso? Is that going to be added? Because I know that they are building towards a match. EO... I don't know, actually. I mean, Rhea's out the picture, and she's injured at the moment, so certainly not expecting Rhea to defend. But just looking at the other titles that could feature, I know that we've got Seth against Shinsuke on that card. And I think Gunther Tommaso is going to be added to it. Let's have a look. Have they not added any more yet? When is it? A week? That's good. So that means we've got 2 shows this week, and then we've got Fastlane the week after. Yeah, no, they still haven't added anything else other than the Cena Bloodline, Seth, Shinsuke. Well, that's in a way, that's good. That means that we're going to be getting bang, 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 bang. Do you know what I mean? Loads of matches coming at us now. I mean, I'd imagine that'll settle at about 7, something like that, 6, 7. I don't think it's going to be 12 or anything along those lines. That's not really Triple H's style. So, yeah, we do need to chuck a few more on. Hopefully we'll take some steps in that direction tonight. First, Survivor Series. Probably Kevin Owens can turn in standard Jey Uso, and then JD take the win for Judgment Day. Find a Judgment Day that will be fire, says Daisy. Daisy, shout out to you. Judgment Day versus KO, Sammy, Cody, and Jay. War Games. I'd love that, actually, at Fastlane. If we are going to do that, that would be brilliant, because that means we're not doing it at Survivor Series. I'm not a fan of WWE's War Games. I don't think they're very good. I think they should have the roof on. And I also think that when the match starts, the match should start and it should be elimination. Like a Survivor Series match. The frustration I have is that because there's no roof on the cage, you always get someone jumping off the top of it, which we've just seen so many times now. I mean, it happens every War Games match that for me it's just lost its appeal. I mean, I'm not a fan of watching someone jump onto a load of people who are waiting for them anyway. You know, that spot where they just launch themselves to the outside and you got a load of people just sort of waiting around. I just think it looks silly. And like, it's just the exact same thing, but in the ring. And we've seen like EO jump off there, Nikki Cross jump off there. I mean, there's been loads that have done it. For me, it's a spot we always get, and it's a spot I always just don't look forward to. So I would be more interested in putting the roof back on and making it more genuine War Games. I mean, you're calling it War Games. The old War Games used to have a roof on it. So I'd put the roof back on. So that would be my first step. Then my other frustration is that you have two people start the match. Every few minutes, another person comes down. So all of a sudden, it's 2-on-1, 2 against 2, 3-on-2, 3 against 3. That's absolutely fine. I ain't got no problem with that bit. But the match doesn't actually start until everyone is in the ring, which means all of that you're watching, where people are coming down every few minutes, it takes about 20 minutes or something, right, for the whole thing to play out. But it's irrelevant. It doesn't mean anything. It's pointless. It's pointless. The match will never end at that point because the match hasn't even started. And you can't eliminate anyone. So as soon as the match actually starts, everyone's in the ring. And I don't think I've ever seen a War Games match where anyone has gained an advantage in that first part of the show. You always, again, every War Games, you always get that moment where the one team will regroup and line up in that ring. The other team will regroup and line up in that ring. And then you basically got both teams just lining up, facing each other, pretty beaten up after everything's happened. But they're pretty much even. They're pretty much the same. I do look at it and go, why didn't we just start the match here then? Why have I just had to watch like half an hour of stuff that doesn't matter? Like, I don't get it. I just don't understand. I just don't get it. So for those, I mean, other than that, there can be some decent action, you know? But I actually think that the blood and guts matches tend to be better. They can be a bit sillier. They can take things a bit far. But I think a War Games match, for me, that's where you should have some blood. That's where you should have some extra violence. And we can never quite go that far in WWE. So I've just got a few issues with it. So having 2 War Games matches at Survivor Series is not the kind of thing that gets me doing cartwheels around the living room. So if we was to do a War Games match for Fastlane, then I would keep my fingers crossed that it's going to be the best one that I've seen so far. I certainly like everyone that would be involved in it. I'd keep, like, I'm talking about WWE. They used to be quite good back in the day. You know, if you go back to some of those original ones, I mean, they were fantastic. They were great, but like these ones in WWE, as I said, they seem like War Games in name, you know? I don't think they quite execute it the way that it should be executed, done the way it should be done. But I'll still go into it with some hope and optimism. But that would then mean that we have to do something different and something else for Survivor Series, because I haven't got an appetite to do 2 War Games matches at Survivor Series again. I don't think anyone necessarily looks back on that show like with a lot of fondness. I think it was fine. I think it was fairly well received. But it's not something that I think people were like giddy about and crazy about. I think the Sammy moment was the best moment. I think Sammy deciding to turn on Kevin was a great moment, and but that whole story was so good around that time. You know, it was just a great time for the storytelling and the bloodline story and where we were trying to get to, and obviously where we got to as well. I don't know if we're quite in that same place right now. I don't think we're in a stronger place as we was 12 months ago. Because 12 months ago, we had this red hot story with Sammy, Usi. I mean, we're coming up to, like, the Usi moment. Like, it's been, like, 12 months. I think October. It was October last year, the Usi moment. I don't know that we've got anything like that at the moment. And I think that it's sort of showing in the ratings as well. Raw the past few weeks, 1.3, 1.3. I think it did 1.4 this week. I didn't see what NXT ended up doing, I don't think. Oh, no, I did. 600 odd thousand. So even that's dipped from 800 odd thousand. And obviously we got SmackDown this week. So just sort of feels like we're, you know, I keep saying it, this time of year, it just feels like it needs desperately a WrestleMania. It needs a big show. It needs something big for us to be like working towards, building towards. The fact that we're a week away from Fastlane, we got 2 matches announced, but there are others that can be announced. But yeah, just let's go. You know, it does feel like the handbrake is on. It does feel like we're holding back. It does feel like we've got stuff we want to do, but we're saving it. It's like, let's go. We could be doing Jimmy versus Jay now. We could be doing that match now instead of like waiting to get round to like WrestleMania. That's the only downside with WrestleMania is that, you know, we could be working our way towards Cody Roman now. We could be working our way towards Jimmy J now. Like, it just feels like the handbrake's on and we're just waiting for WrestleMania season before we pull the trigger on, like, you know, some of these big matches. But that's only because we don't have a big show at the end of the year. Hard, though, because of weather and football and all that kind of stuff. You know, there's people that are maybe saving up for Christmas. So maybe WWE has learned that at this time of year, it's hard to get people to part with their money because people are focused on Christmas presents and saving up for kids and whatever, right? Maybe because of the weather, it's hard to get like a big stadium. Perhaps because of the football, it's hard to get a big stadium. So perhaps it's just one of those where it's like you hit the winter and it's just everything becomes more difficult. It's just hard. It's just really difficult to like get people to like go along to a big show like this. Like they'll do it like in the spring and in the summer, but winter's a challenge. Don't know. There must be some reason why we don't. Wrestle with Andy said Austin Theory is the most likely face of the company if he gets the right gimmick. I really like Theory. I really like Grayson Waller. I am excited about the future for those two. I think they've both got good physiques. I think they can both talk. I think that Grayson hasn't really got going yet, but we haven't quite allowed Grayson to really fire off some shots, you know? I think everything Grayson's doing is fine. I haven't really seen him put too many foots wrong on the main roster. I think it's been fine. I think they've treated him well, put him in some big segments. But what Grayson is missing for me are those witty lines that make you go, oh, come on, Grayson, that's savage, man. You know, the kind of the MJF stuff, you know? MJF is very, very good at delivering those lines. I've said before, I think MJF is brilliant, but I do think that there's like 2 minutes of brilliance in like 15 minutes of promo. There's a lot of talking and there's a lot of what feels like filling time. Grayson, I think, goes out there and talks, but I don't think we ever quite get those kill shots. I don't think we ever quite get those moments, you know? I would love to see Grayson just throw a couple of those in. I think he has them, to be honest. I think he's capable of them. I just think that he's not right in the script. He gets told what to say. And I don't know that because he's new, he's able to kind of put his own shtick in yet, or fight to put in his own stuff. You know, why if everything's going good and you're being put in there with big names, like why rock the boat? Why try and change something that seemingly doesn't need to be changed? You know. But that's the one thing that I would like to see. I'd like to see some of those lines, those little digs, those little smarmy comments. I'd love to see some more of that from Grayson. It's kind of like, you know, when The Rock first came along and he was cutting his promos and whatever. It wasn't quite landing. We were getting like Die Rocky Die and all this stuff. And then he joined The Nation, and that's when things kind of really took a turn for him. And then, you know, he started to like talk and come out with a few of his own catchphrases, and you know, he just got over even more and more when he was kind of letting some of his own personality start to come through. And I just feel the same with Grayson. I feel like he's come in, we're keeping it tight, we're keeping it tidy. It's all good. Like, there's nothing really that's there to be down on. It's all fine. But I just don't know that I'm quite seeing his personality as much as I would like. So yeah, I'd love for him to put in a few of his lines, whatever. I remember when he was feuding with Carmelo, for example, he was he did this brilliant backstage promo in NXT. He had this T-shirt on I think it was Hasbulla, but it had Carmelo Hayes' face on. He was kind of making out that Carmelo was like really small, but like being like, you know, in this NXT, like, you really think you're going to beat me? And so I know he's got it in him to take little disses and have little knocks of his fellow superstars. So yeah, I'd love to see them just turn that up a little bit more. Wesley and the Creeds have got potential, said Jason. Kian said, did you hear that Fury Usyk has been made official? What are your thoughts? I only found this out like about half an hour ago, maybe 40 minutes ago, from James, actually, who tagged me in a post. I hadn't seen it. I mean, I've had a bit of a weird 24 hours with... I did a member stream, and then I've been like working on some videos, which I'm really looking forward to like starting to get out there. But yeah, I've just been working on a few different videos. I'm constantly trying to look at like content other than the streams that like I think the community would enjoy. And so I've been like just working and doing a few bits and bobs. But yeah, it's kind of like I ended up staying up a bit late. So I ended up going to bed quite late. So I've ended up getting up quite late. So I'm kind of a little bit out the loop as to like anything that's kind of been happening recently. So I only saw about 40 minutes ago. I don't know when it was announced. I saw that TNT Sports had announced Usyk against Fury is signed. It's done. It's a done deal. My thoughts on it are, I can't believe it. I mean, I do believe it, but I can't believe it because we're talking about the fight in boxing that I think is the one that everyone wants to see. It's the one I want. I want one heavyweight world boxing champion. Heavyweight, like, I want that one person to have all the belts. There's 4 belts. Usyk's got 3. They used to belong to Joshua, and Fury has got the other one. And so both of them are rightfully regarded as heavyweight champions. For the longest time, people wanted Joshua against Fury so that we could have just one champion. Now it looks like it's going to be Fury against Usyk. Fury has said he's nothing. He's a middleweight. I'll destroy him. A good little guy can never beat a good big guy. Fury's definitely got the size advantage. He's got the boxing capability. But Usyk is good. He is good. He is a great fighter. But we saw him have a few little troubles against Daniel Dubois. But he managed to get past Daniel Dubois, who is a very good heavyweight in his own right. So, you know, he's got past Daniel Dubois. Tyson Fury is going to be a completely different level of challenge. Hardest challenge Usyk's going to have. I think Fury will go in as slight favorite because he's undefeated and he's big and he is the biggest challenge out there for Usyk. Other than maybe a Deontay. I mean, Deontay would be a challenge for Usyk because Usyk would have to avoid that big shot. And I think he would be able to avoid that big shot. But if he got caught with it, lights out. Definite lights out. So I think Deontay would be a big problem for Usyk. I think Fury is a big problem for Usyk. And we've seen Usyk struggle a little bit against Dubois. We've seen him struggle at times against Eric Chisora. I'm not sure that Usyk at heavyweight is really as exciting or really as dominant as he was at cruiserweight. And someone like Fury, I think, goes in a slight favorite. So, yeah, I mean, I'm on board. I'm interested. Sign me up. I'm looking forward to it already. I don't know when it is. We got to get past Fury against Ngannou first. But, yeah, that's big announcement. Huge announcement. Huge announcement. Cameron says Ray versus Santos versus Bobby and Ciampa versus Gunther for Fastlane. Io, Asuka, Charlotte, I could also see at Fastlane, says Cameron. Cameron, shout out to you. Just having to think about that. Ciampa against Gunther makes sense. Ray against Santos against Bobby. Could make sense, yeah. I mean, it might just be Ray Bobby. I mean, it depends who wins today, doesn't it, I suppose? I mean, if Bobby's going to come down and ruin this match, then, yeah. You know, Santos will want to make sure he gets a rematch, but Bobby will want to be involved. So you could build that. You could build that, definitely. I think, personally, I would rather, if we were talking preference, just go Bobby against Ray. I'm just not a fan of triple threats. I think where I can get just a one-on-one match, two people trying to prove they're the best, certainly if a championship's involved. If it's going to be for, like, number one contenders, it's just going to be a big mess, then whatever. But if a title's involved, I always feel like there's only certain times where a champion should be put in that position, because it's not fair to the champion, is it? I mean, what's Ray done to deserve such a disadvantage? Like, if Bobby pins Santos, then Ray loses the title. That just seems harsh, doesn't it? Ray's a good guy that's doing the right things. That feels like a punishment. It always feels like a punishment. The times where I like those matches are, like, I think, to be honest, one of the best triple threats I've ever seen, and the build as well, I think was probably as good as you could do it, was the triple threat at WrestleMania between Gunther, Drew, and Sheamus. I'll admit, I still wanted that to be Gunther against Drew, not Gunther against Drew and Sheamus. But the end result was an incredible match. And the build was brilliant because they were trying to make it a one-on-one match. And Gunther wanted it to be a one-on-one match. And Gunther said, you know, a big part of the story was a triple threat is unfair. Like, find me one opponent. You got one job, Adam Pearce. Find me one opponent. And so that actually was part of the story, was like, you know, find me one name, find me one person. And so we had Sheamus against Drew. Looked like it was going to be a draw, right? So it looked like it still wasn't going to provide the answer we were looking for. And then, of course, Gunther snapped, got frustrated. He was at ringside. He got involved. And so Adam Pearce was like, listen, if you're gonna act that way, well, now I'll put both in a match, right? You've brought this on yourself. So he was being punished. They used the triple threat as a way to punish Gunther, because he got frustrated and he snapped. And I think the build probably makes sense. I get why he's been put in that situation. The actual match we got is one of the best triple threat matches I've ever seen. But they don't always go that way. And so that's why, like, a triple threat for me, I would much rather just go with Ray against Bobby, personally. Just a personal preference thing. There'll be people going, nah, do the triple threat, it'll be more fun. That's fine. I mean, I ain't got really an argument to that, other than I would prefer it to be a singles match, because I think that's more fun. But I agree with you. We could definitely get that. We could definitely build that and get it to Fastlane. Gunther against Ciampa, definitely. And what, Io, Asuka, Charlotte? Well, you know what I'm going to say. My feelings again. I would try and avoid the triple threat and just maybe go with, maybe go Io Asuka. I mean, Io Asuka was doing all right, and then obviously we ended up getting outside interference. The only problem I had with Io Asuka was that Io just kept surviving too much. I mean, I think she managed to get out of like several Asuka locks, and you're just like, how is she getting out of all these Asuka locks? Like, how is she surviving all of this? I just felt like she survived a bit too much stuff. And then, obviously, Bayley got involved, and that meant that Io went on to secure the victory. So, yeah, I think I'd be tempted to, you know, maybe inside a steel cage or inside, like, a Hell in a Cell. Maybe we could build towards that. Maybe not. Maybe there's not enough time for Fastlane in order to do that. Although, because Bayley got involved, you can easily make the argument. You could have a really irate Asuka who feels cheated who feels like she had that match won and she was going to get that title back. And if it wasn't for that outside interference of Bayley putting Io's foot on the rope, Asuka would have picked up the victory. So you could do the rematch, or you could just add a little stipulation in there. Cage match should be good, man. I'm always down for a cage match. An Io against Asuka as well. Io inside of a cage, jumping off the top of the cage. You know you're going to get it. Yeah, that could be pretty fun. I'd take that over the triple threat. It's been a while since I've been here, said Undeniable Heel. How's it going? Not been here because of work and more work. It's going all right, man. Yeah, we're doing good. So I hope you're going well. Hope work's going well. Yeah, it's been all right. We've kind of had a fair bit of wrestling to get our teeth into and a fair bit of news to get our teeth into. But as we said, it feels like we're kind of entering a little bit of a quieter period of the year now. You know, we're as far away from WrestleMania season as I think we possibly can be. I think we're sort of in the, you know, we're as far away from WrestleMania 38 as we are to getting towards WrestleMania 39 as we are to get into WrestleMania 40. So we're kind of we're very much in the quieter period now. But that's all right. We're building. We're doing a few interesting bits and bobs. And as we said, you only have to look at this time last year. There was still plenty of interesting stuff that was going on. You know, we haven't even quite got to 12 months since the Usi segment, which was an amazing segment. Provided so much fun, so much entertainment. And, you know, we had the whole Sammy being forced to turn on Kevin, which obviously would then lead to what we got at Royal Rumble and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, just because it's a little quieter and football has started back up and the ratings are being hurt a little bit, it doesn't mean that we can't be doing some good stuff still. So, yeah, we're doing all right, man. We're doing all right. Andy said Charlotte doesn't need to be in that match. Going to be interesting to see who Cena's partner is. If it's not AJ, said Christopher. Yeah, well, the belief it was that it was looking like LA Knight, but LA Knight got COVID. So we don't know if he's recovered. I got COVID, as I know many people did, and I was back on my feet after about 3 days. You know, there was certainly a good 24, 48 hours where I was in bed not feeling brilliant, really not feeling great, but rode through that. And then, you know, that was it then. I was done. I was back underway. So hopefully it's just some of that or less than that. But some people can obviously react to it quite badly. And so, you know, hopefully everything's good. And if he's back on his feet, we might even see him this week. So LA Knight is still the front runner for me. That's still the one. I know that we did a little poll last week on it because it was probably the big talking point last week. And I think Randy Orton was the one that came out top. Randy Orton was the one that people really wanted. So I don't know about that, to be honest. I mean, I think that there's a good chance that Randy returns, right? I'm not down on Randy not ever coming back. I think there's a good chance he will come back. We've seen so many people that have been told like they can't return, that you kind of think, well, I reckon there's got to be a good chance that he will make it back. But I just don't know that it's now, you know. I mean, Randy, he's been spotted going to the Performance Center. It is news and it is interesting and it's definitely something to talk about. But we've made the point before, him going to the Performance Center could be one of so many different things. Like, it really doesn't mean for certain that he's training to return in ring. It could be that he wants to just be checking with the doctors at WWE and getting like some really good analysis to try and gauge if a return is going to be possible. Like, he's had his surgery, he's seen his doctors have come back and said, not looking great. And so now, is it a case that we're just checking with WWE's doctors, and the performance center is like where their main medical facility is, and that's where you get the best kind of evaluation, you know? So it could mean that. It could mean that he's had the bad news. WWE are trying to figure out what to do with this news of like an in-ring return might not be possible. And they've said to him, look, come down, come do some working out, come and work with some of the performance center guys, come share some knowledge. And, you know, I believe he kind of, I think he lives in the area. I'm sure he's got a place in the area. So it could be that as well. It might be that he's kind of keeping himself busy as like he doesn't really quite know what to do with himself, gets him out the house. Someone that's used to very much being on the road. You know, we've heard before wrestlers really struggle when they are just away from the business for a long period of time, because like you're just so used to that life. That's your life. That's what you've done. So like adjusting is difficult. So then it could be that. It could be like come down to the performance center, come and work with come and share the knowledge that you've got. Like here's a place that you can come to that will be of benefit, where we can, you know, work through things and see what options we've got. And you can work with Sean and work with the kids and still do training at the performance center. It could be that. So, oh yeah, it could be come down. Let's get going. You're going to return at, you know, Survivor Series or whatever. That's where we're going to bring you back, kind of a thing. So it could have been that. It's hard to know. That's my point. Like we're having to kind of judge off one picture, one image of Randy walking into a performance center. So that's the one people want, and it depends where he is and if he's available and where he is in his recovery as to whether he could be seen as partner or not. If it is him, that'll be amazing. I think he does return. But it is worth remembering that he has been out since last May. So we're not talking 12 months. We're talking like, what, 16 months? We're talking a long time, actually, that he's been out the ring now. A long time. So it's that gives you an idea of how serious this injury is, you know. And then if the reports are true that doctors have said don't know that you going back in ring is the right thing to do, that again shows you how heavy this stuff is. So he's really dealing with some stuff. I think to pin your hopes on him being the one, you've got to look at it as an outside shot. It's a shot. There's a chance. But you got to look at it as an outside shot. Right, let's go into the super chats. Michael says, good evening, Days. Good evening, Michael. I hope you are well, my friends. I hope you are having a lovely day, a good evening. And I hope you are going to enjoy Smackdown. Big shout out to everyone that's joined us for the member stream yesterday. I know it was early. But yeah, it was good. We had a good little chat yesterday. We will do something for the members again next week, next Thursday. I need to try and figure out what that looks like, because it might not be another stream. I don't know that doing a stream every week is the right way forward, but I certainly think content on a regular basis is the right way forward. So I'm going to see what we can come up with for next week. There's just I'm going to get to the super chats. I've just got a thing here from Sean. It was a few hours ago. Fightful has learnt there are several in AEW pushing for the company to go after a recently released talent before his release, as there was speculation his deal could be coming up. There's more details coming for subscribers today. Now, I would expect that to be Dolph. Let's click on Fightful Select. This was a few hours ago now, so here we go. A long-time WWE talent has got supporters. Fightful has heard Shelton Benjamin. I was expecting Dolph. Has had numerous talent hoping that he'll join the company in some capacity. There was actual talent pushing for him to join several months ago. We're told separate talent that AEW has been looking to add producers. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Shelton Benjamin as a producer. I think that's a great shout. And to be honest, I don't know why WWE didn't do that. Shelton Benjamin as a producer. Maybe WWE are fine for producers. They've got more than enough. But You would think someone getting the talent together and helping put the match together, like that's what a producer does. Someone of the caliber of a Shelton Benjamin, you'd imagine that would be a no-brainer. That's a good job that is in this day and age, you know. Producer, it's a good job. It's one that quite a few wrestlers can transition into and do really well at. Like we're hearing lots of praise for Nick Aldis, who is now doing like some producing work for WWE. So Nick Aldis tearing it up apparently. Jason Jordan obviously doing a great job. Tyson Kidd, someone else that's been known to be doing a great job. Molly Holly does a great job. There's a few backstage doing that kind of producing role. I'm sure like Noble has been doing it as well, and a fair few old school wrestlers, people that were in the business. So Shelton Benjamin, you'd think would be an absolute no-brainer there. Darwin, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Hope you are well. Hope you're gonna enjoy SmackDown. Darwin says, Days, it's almost time. Roman is back somewhere next month. So excited. But name 3 or 4 superstars you think could face Roman every big pay-per-view from Crown Jewel, Survivor Series, Royal Rumble, Mania. Mine would be LA Knight, AJ, Bobby, and The Rock. Okay. So let's have a look at the roster. Because to be honest, I think I'm in agreement with a lot of those names. The one name that jumps out there would be Cody. But the thing with Cody is I think the next time he faces Roman will be the time where he wins. And that would seem like the WrestleMania plan. But as we know, there's been a lot of noise around The Rock facing Roman. So I kind of feel like, yeah, it's either Rock or Cody, isn't it, for WrestleMania? So Rock or Cody for Mania. LA Knight's an interesting shout because if LA Knight does go against Roman, there's no way I'd have him win. But I think there's so much hype around him, so much support for him, that I think you absolutely could have LA Knight go up against him at, say, the Royal Rumble. Like LA Knight, I think, is a decent shout. Bobby strikes me as a heel, so I don't know that I would be looking at Bobby. Bobby's maybe one that I would change. I like the AJ shout, though. I like the AJ shout. AJ just got beaten up by Solo and by Jimmy, so I think AJ is one that you could definitely do for Saudi. So AJ for Crown Jewel. And then, to be honest, Survivor Series, I mean, you might be looking at like a Bloodline faction thing. But chances are for Survivor Series, it's going to be Jimmy, Solo, Roman, and then we're going to need someone else. We're going to need someone else to come in and just make that a team of 4 to go up against. Sometimes we do 4, sometimes we do 5. A lot of the times it's 5 in this day and age. But yeah, maybe we chuck a tag team in there. Maybe we need a tag team to just work with the Bloodline. I don't know who that would be. Viking Raiders or something like that. Nima and Price would be good from NXT. You know, the team that are with Scripps. Like, they're pretty sick, man. They would look pretty good if they came up and just helped out. But, yeah, that's a bit tricky. What tag team you would shove in there with them. And who they'd go up against. It'd probably just be an amalgamation of, you know, like the OC and some other people. I could see him facing AJ at Crown Jewel and then it being like Bloodline against OC and then fleshing it out basically with some other people just to get it to like 4 each side or 3. I mean, in all fairness, you could just do 3-on-3 and not add anyone extra because you've got Gallows, Anderson, AJ against Solo, Jimmy, and Roman. I mean, you've got a perfect 3-on-3. You're only adding people for the sake of adding people. If you was to just do like a 6-man tag and not do it as a Survivor Series match, but just do it as a 6-man tag, maybe Falls Count Anywhere, think Shield against Evolution type match, I would probably say that the AJ feud could easily lead into that. So I would say AJ at Crown Jewel, Bloodline against OC at Survivor Series, LA Knight as a token gesture. Plus also the great thing about that is if LA Knight is facing Roman at Royal Rumble, probably means, doesn't always mean, but probably means he's not going to be in the Rumble. Because the problem you've got is that people will want LA Knight, or they'll be behind LA Knight as a potential winner of the Rumble. And I don't think there's any plans for that. I think that this would be a way of satisfying the fans, giving the fans LA Knight in a big match, LA Knight, a big build. This is his chance. Forget trying to win the Rumble so that he can face Roman or, you know, go for a world title. It's happening tonight at the Rumble. Can he do it? So I would do the Rumble first and then main event Roman Reigns against LA Knight. That way, people will kind of know LA's not going to be in the Rumble. There's no point chanting for him because he's going to be facing Roman after. So it sort of takes a bit of an LA Knight problem away, if you will. Because I'm not saying LA Knight is Daniel Bryan, right? But this was the Daniel Bryan problem. People wanted Daniel to win the Rumble, and it kept getting in the way. It kept being a problem. Like, because people wanted Daniel and other people kept winning. And so whenever he'd be eliminated, there'd be loud boos. We all remember 2015 when Roman wins and he gets booed out the building. So I kind of feel like you might be, we're still a good few months away as well. LA Knight could just keep getting hotter and hotter and hotter, bigger and bigger and bigger. They're certainly putting the machine behind him now as well. So I think that would solve a bit of a problem, or a potential problem. And so I kind of like LA Knight going up against Roman at the Royal Rumble. As I said, he wouldn't win, but he would get that chance to, you know, be in that position and shine and, you know, kind of show that he can deliver a banging match and all that kind of stuff. It would still do him really well in the long run. And then it's got to be either Cody or Rock. It'd be silly, really, to say a different name for WrestleMania. So, yeah, really good question. Really good question. I also would... who else would I take? I don't know. Just that kind of feels natural to be honest. I think if I was to like really go, I'm looking at the SmackDown roster. If I was to go with anyone else, like, I don't know, let's say Edge does re-sign and stick around, right? You could say Edge, but I think Edge, if he is going to stick around, I think Edge would probably want to get his hands on the title. I feel like if Edge did stick around, I think you'd probably have to put him against Seth or whoever for the other title and have him win and give him like a title run. Who knows? Who knows if that would be of interest to Edge? I wonder if that's something they've tried to try and keep him around. Said to him, like, look, we'll give you Seth's title and you can defend against whoever you want, from NXT to Raw to SmackDown. You can defend against whoever you want every week, like the John Cena's Open Challenge, US Open Challenge. You can just week after week have matches on Raw defending that world title, and like, you know, we'll keep it on you, and you can have like a run with the belt that will be remembered because you'll just be having banging matches. And if you don't want to do it every week, we'll do it every couple of weeks, you know, or whatever it is that you want to do. But you can name the talent. Like, we'll just do it as an open challenge, whoever answers it. So if it does turn out to be someone from NXT, then okay, let's go. Okay, wasn't expecting this, but let's go. If it turns out to be someone from SmackDown, let's go. If it turns out to be someone from Raw, let's go. Just exactly like Cena's Open Challenge was, could have been anyone. You know, maybe you dangle that carrot over Edge. But as I said, I don't think that would have anything to do with Roman. because I don't see Edge being the one that will beat Roman. I think if you do convince Edge to re-sign, which is looking less and less likely, but not impossible, because he's, as of right now, still under contract. So, and they've got his number, so they can definitely throw whatever offer they want at him at any time. They could give him a call today and just say, listen, this is our final offer. This is the absolute most that we can offer right now. This is the most that we can give you. And who knows if he's not waiting for that? Who knows if this isn't a tactic to get the best offer possible? And so it's all been like delayed till the last minute, the last hour. And, there's something that he specifically wants. WWE are being backed into a corner. I've said this before. Why would they want Edge to go? Why would they want to lose Edge? It doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you allow Edge to leave? Why would you do that? If you're WWE, you have got AEW right where you hope that they would be, right? I know that there's a lot of people that are fans of both, but I'm just talking about WWE, and I'm talking about from their perspective. AEW is a potential problem. It's the second biggest company in America. It's backed by a billionaire. It's on TV. It's got some decent talent. It's putting on some decent matches and getting, it's got a dedicated fan base. It's been around for 4 years, so it's not gone away. If you're WWE, it's still there, and it's still a thorn in your side. I don't get why, if you're WWE, you're not moving mountains to make sure that someone with the star power of Edge, and that is what they are crying out for. They are crying out for star power over in AEW. They're crying out for something to just jolt them back to life, They're just bobbing along at that kind of 850 range on Dynamite. Collision on a Saturday is, 400 some thousand. Rampage is Rampage. They really need something to, get them going. If they end up getting Mercedes, which it looks like they will, granted, probably only on a part-time basis, but even so, every time she's going to be there, every pay-per-view she appears, you'd think there'd be a boost. There'd be a little, it's only going to be a good thing, not a bad thing. So if they end up getting Mercedes and then Edge on a permanent contract, I don't understand how WWE can allow that to happen. I do get that it's Edge that ultimately decides, but there must be a number. There must be something that's possible. I struggle to believe that there is just nothing that can be done that keeps Edge in WWE. I find that hard to believe. The other thing on the Edge situation, we did speak about this during the member stream, is that maybe he is just weighing up retirement. Maybe this isn't about AEW, and maybe this is about Toronto was so good that I don't know that I can beat it. It meant so much to him. He doesn't know that he can beat it. And so he is having to weigh up, do I re-sign with WWE? Yeah, there's an offer from AEW. Do I sign there? Or is this it? The body's hurting a little bit. It's harder and harder to do. At this age as well, maybe he doesn't want to be away from the kids as much, and perhaps he's really having to weigh up the thought of retiring as well. So I think there are three things on the table, three options on the table: WWE, AEW, retirement. There's probably New Japan and other things there as well, but I think they feel like the three that he's having to try and weigh up. And as I said, if I'm WWE, AEW will do whatever they can as well. But if I'm WWE, surely I'm doing everything I can. Surely I'm giving him the juiciest of contracts. Do you want a world title? Have a world title. What do you need? What do you want? Do you want your kids to be wrestlers? We did it for Dominic. What do you need? So that is going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I'll tell you the other thing interesting with the Edge situation, and that is that I feel like I've seen all the communications that everyone else has seen, which is, basically Better Wrestling Experience said Edge feels closer than ever to joining AEW, but didn't give specifics as to why, right? That bit of news has been taken, and I'm seeing articles saying Edge is AEW bound. I mean, I'm seeing people say that Edge is AEW bound. Now, unless they know something more than what I saw from Better Wrestling Experience, which was Edge is closer than ever to joining AEW, that seems to have been exaggerated a little bit, because Edge is closer to AEW, maybe because he's closer than ever to leaving WWE, but he might be closer to ever leaving WWE because he's closer than ever to retiring. So it could be that retiring is what he's actually doing, not going to AEW. So I don't know if people have got more sources, more information, if more word has come out. But it's very interesting to see how different people are reporting this news, this Better Wrestling Experience news, which was Edge is closer than ever to joining AEW, but it didn't specify why. Why is he closer than ever? Is it just because he's closer than ever to leaving WWE, and that's it? And so, as a result, he is closer than ever to joining AEW. So, yeah, this is one that we've spoke about quite a bit. It's probably the biggest news at the moment, I would say, the Edge situation, because his contract is up, I believe, today, Saturday, which we looked in the members stream, and it was pointed out that there doesn't seem to be a non-compete. So if his contract's up on the Saturday, then that would mean that he should be able to appear at Wrestle Dream if he does go to AEW. So this is why it feels like the big news right now. So Delwyn, shout out to you. Loved your super chat, mate. We really broke that down and shared a few thoughts there. And there's probably other names that could have been in the mix, but I don't want to disagree for the sake of disagreeing. I really don't. I think that you've pretty much nailed it with what you've picked there. But I've gone with, as I said, LA Knight at the Rumble for the reasons I gave. I think Bloodline OC just plays off AJ being at Crown Jewel, and then it has to be Rock or Cody at WrestleMania. I think trying to fit other names in there, I think I'd just be doing it just for the sake of doing it. I think that feels like the right path and feels pretty good. Aaron, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Aaron said, we are on a fast lane to Survivor Series. Do you think it will be War Games? Do I think it'll be War Games? I think that... I don't know, to be honest, because if we are gonna... It does feel like we're doing some sort of big multi-person match, doesn't it? With the whole, like... Judgment Day, Cody, all that stuff. So over on Raw with Cody, Jimmy, Sammy, Kevin. I mean, you want all those people to be at Fastlane. And I can't see why you wouldn't just book like a 8-person tag now. And I think, do you do that as a War Games, or do you just do that as a 8-person tag? You know, maybe it's just going to be a big 8-person tag. It's big, it's messy, it is what it is, and then maybe that will lead into a Survivor Series War Games. But the problem is that's 2 months away, and people are already tired of Sammy and Kevin against Judgment Day. So the thought of this story stretching out another 2 months just to get to Survivor Series, I think is exhausting, to be honest. So I would like to do War Games outside of Survivor Series. Let's do it. I keep saying we're spinning our wheels. I feel like we're spinning our wheels. I feel like there's matches to be made that we just make them. Just make them. Stop waiting for like WrestleMania and all this kind of stuff. We've seen with NXT, and I think AEW have done it as well. They've shown that if there's a match to be made, make it. Because all that happens is it leads to another match. Like, we don't seem to book a match and then a few months later not know what to do, right? The story just naturally progresses and moves on, right? It naturally moves forwards. So rather than spinning your wheels, doing rematches and just trying to kill time, Just do the matches that people want to see, and that will lead you to then future matches that people will want to see. So I'm a big believer in that. I'm a big believer in just moving forwards rather than spinning your wheels. I don't mind, like, for the right reasons, like, killing a week or whatever. But I mean, really, 2 months. 2 months now we're going to have to spin our wheels if we're going to have to do this match and do it at Survivor Series. Survivor Series isn't until the end of November. So no, I don't think anyone wants to wait 2 months. So yeah, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that we do some sort of War Games thing outside of Survivor Series, and then we do something else at Survivor Series. I thought that last year was so, to be honest. I mean, I thought the Bloodline one was all right, actually. I thought the Bloodline one was as good a War Games match as I've seen WWE do since it came back. But it's still not one that I get giddy for. It's still not one that I personally get super excited for. And I don't think it's a good use of Survivor Series. I would like to see some Survivor Series matches, to be honest. Like proper elimination matches, like what Survivor Series used to be. And for me, they cracked it in 2014 when we did a Survivor Series match, an elimination match, tag match, where there was some at stake. If Team Authority won, then Team Cena would be fired. And if Team Cena won, then the Authority was out of power. So it was a high stakes, there was plenty on the line match. And, I mean, what happened was silly. Because what happened was that Team Cena win. So the Authority are out of power. And then it was like, a few weeks later, I think they threatened to injure Edge. And so their Team Cena were kind of forced to say that they could come back. That was it. I remember them threatening to, injure. And so that was basically like a ransom. And so they ended up coming back into power. So the whole thing was irrelevant anyway, which was very frustrating. But the actual match itself is, I think, maybe Dolph Ziggler's greatest moment, that or the cash-in. It's either that or the cash-in for me. Dolph Ziggler's best ever moment. And it was the arrival of Sting, just to make things even better, just to make that match even more goated. And I do think that match is goated. I honestly would put it in my top, I think almost certainly my top 30. My top 30 WWE matches of all time, I would put that match in from Survivor Series 2014. Team Cena against Team Authority. Absolutely brilliant. And the arrival of Sting and that moment, and just seeing Sting in a ring, WWE ring, just absolutely incredible. So I'd like something like that. I'd like that exact thing again, with everyone involved again, and Sting to come in again, and the whole thing again, because it was brilliant. It was just absolutely brilliant. So yeah, I'm gonna hope that we don't do that. Is the ups and downs coming back? I hope you are well. So ups and downs definitely on hold, because it wasn't resonating, to be honest. I enjoyed doing it, but if you've got a channel that's got 280,000 subscribers and you're doing some videos that can't even get 1,000 views, you kind of look at it and go, I don't think I'm making the content people want. I thought the videos were good, and I thought that they it was a great way of kind of getting some of the thoughts from the 3, 4, 5 hour streams into like a 15 minute video. I also thought that it gave you What Culture's perspective as well. You can still watch their video, I'd urge you to, but it was a great way of like seeing what someone other than me was saying, and then me responding to it. Do I agree with it? Do I not agree with it? Yes, no, here's why. I really enjoyed them. But I think it's hard. I mean, just as hard as someone coming along trying to do like live stream watch alongs. I think, there's people that are like known for doing them. And I think you know what you're going to get if you join a Wrestling Days live stream or one of the other live streams that go on. There's plenty of people that do them. And because of that, it's a hard space to like get into, because I think people know what's out there. They know what they're going to get. They've got, you know, people they enjoy hanging out, sharing their thoughts, blah, 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 blah. I think the same is true of review videos. I think there's so many people that review Raw, review SmackDown, and everyone's got their favorite. Everyone's got ones that they enjoy going to. And even though I've been on YouTube for a while, I was still very new into that space. So I think it was difficult for me to kind of get people to take a chance on watching those videos. But I felt like they were still good videos. I felt like they were like just what we talk about on the streams, but in like 10, 15 minutes, you know? So I don't think they'll come back. I was thinking of still doing them, but maybe doing them as like members content and doing them as like extra content just for the members. Because I did think they were good, but if I upload a video and it's going to struggle to get 1,000 views on a channel that's got 280,000 subscribers, like it's kind of message received, you know? It's like if WWE did a show and it was like 300,000 viewers or whatever, like that show probably ain't going to have a very long shelf life before they go, this isn't the right thing we should be doing. So that was the reason for that, Aaron. But no, I appreciate your support with them, because I know you said before that you enjoyed that video and that video style. And as I said, I definitely enjoyed them doing them as well. But yeah, I don't think it was one that was, I don't think it had kind of caught on. Maybe it was just a case I should have just kept doing them, and after like 6 months, maybe we would have got somewhere. But equally, after 6 months, I could have just wasted 6 months. So it's hard to know sometimes what the right thing to do is. Big Time said, Wrestle Dream has only sold 5,600 tickets. This week's Dynamite is at 2,600 tickets. Ticket sales are struggling. Stuck at 800,000. It is where WWE wants them. Business is hurting. Why have Edge Mercedes create buzz? I don't know. I mean, Mercedes, WWE can't control that, right? Mercedes, WWE could get Mercedes, I think, by giving her a load of assurances, a load of money. But she strikes me as a bit of a diva, to be honest. I mean, she strikes me as someone that has had to step away from WWE in the past. You know, don't forget, there was a period of time around, I want to say 2019, where she was gone and outside of WWE. She needed like a break, because I think that she has a very high opinion of herself, which is absolutely fine. If you don't believe in yourself, who will? So I have no problem with that. But I think that in WWE, she is one of many. I think she gets her time. She gets her chances. She's been women's champion multiple times. She had a good run with the title. She had a feud with Bayley. She main evented WrestleMania with Bianca. Like, she had time to be a champ and be a WrestleMania main eventer and be at the top of the cards. But because we've got Asuka, because we've got Charlotte, because we've got Bayley, because we've got Becky, because we've got Raquel that's coming through now and Io that's coming through now, there's only so much time you can have at the top of the cards. And she went down to the women's tag titles. She wanted to make them a bigger deal, which I applaud. I think that's great. I'd like to see them be a bigger deal as well. But I think her frustrations just got the better of her. Like, you know, it's weird as well, because when she walked out, she was meant to be getting involved in a title match. So the plan was that both Naomi and Sasha were going to go off to face the two champions. I don't think either were winning, but they were going to be opponents for the champions and build a story and be at pay-per-views and, do you know what I mean? Like, be opponents. But that wasn't in line with what Sasha wanted to be doing. She wanted to be, I think, rather than doing that, building up the women's tag belts, but they didn't have plans to do that. Like, she wanted to do stuff that WWE weren't looking to do at that time. And it's crazy, because you could probably understand it better if she was just going to be sat in catering Imagine if she was just sat in catering getting frustrated. But they were going to put her in a title match, and they were going to put Naomi in a title match, and they were going to use them in like one of the best ways you could be used. But because that wasn't in line with what Sasha wanted, this is why, you know, the frustration built up, and this is why they ended up leaving, right? So I think WWE, it's hard for them, the Sasha situation, because it's not just money. I think you've got to say that she has got some sort of creative freedom, right, which you just can't afford to be giving out. Like, we saw what happened when you gave creative freedom to people in WCW. Like, the place just fell apart. It's just anarchy. Like, there's resentment. There's, you know, people putting themselves over. You know, there's like a real shift in the power backstage. It's horrible. It's messy. Like, you are basically paid a wage to tell the stories that WWE want to tell. And if those stories aren't the stories that you think should be told, well, then, you know, this is not the place for you. And this is going to be the problem with Sasha Mercedes coming back to WWE, is that I don't think that's going to change, and I don't think it should change. That's the situation. That's how it works. So it's hard, it's really hard, because unless they're going to offer her like some form of creative control, which they should not do, then I think that we should take the hit on that one. I think she'll go over to AEW. I think she will give them a boost. It seems like she still wants to do work in Japan, though, so I don't think they're going to get her all the time. So they're not getting her like as a permanent star for the next 10 years. I think that she can be a bit tricky as well to be dealing with, right? She's another one that's going to want things to go the way that she wants them to go. You know, who knows what that's going to be like for backstage and the women's division and everything. So, yeah, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. I do agree that, you know, ideally, you know, don't let her go there. Ideally, bring her back to WWE before she can go to AEW, before, like, you know, they can benefit from her. But I do also see the other side of it, which looks a difficult side. I think it's one thing to say to Edge, like, you can be a world champion and you can pick your opponents for a while, right? Because, to be honest, he's going to lose that belt after, I don't know, 6 months, whatever. And, you know, then you wouldn't allow him to dictate what he's going to do from that point. You've kind of already given him something to focus on. You've given him the title run that he signed for. And he wouldn't be choosing, like, oh, I'm going to lose it this week, or anything like that. You can face who you want to face, but we're going to tell you who you lose it to, right? I ain't giving him complete creative control. But, like, getting him on the show each week and having him defend each week against the different person, like, that he wants to face. That's the only reason that I think he goes to AEW, is because he wants to face Omega and Starks and those kinds of names. So I think if you was to say to him, why not stay here and face the names you want to face here, that makes sense to me. I could see that working for both sides. But Sasha just having complete control over her whole career going forwards, dictating as to what she wants to do, who she wants to work with, that's going to be really too difficult to facilitate. Much harder than just Edge dictating a title run, right? Which will be done within, maybe not even 6 months, maybe 3 months. You're allowing him to choose his opponents for 3 months, but we will still decide who he loses that title to and where he loses it. I wouldn't allow him to choose that. And then once he's lost the title, I wouldn't allow him to choose anything else after that. I feel like I've given him enough. If the big thing is you want some money and you want to choose who you want to feud with, I can facilitate it. I can make that work within these parameters. But Sasha's a different animal, man. That's a different problem. I think she would want to dictate her whole career. And I can't facilitate that. WWE can't facilitate that. The Sasha one's going to be a much more difficult one to sort. So, yeah, but the Edge one, I don't get it either. I don't get it. if Edge goes to AEW, that is a definite boost to them. It's Tony's got money, so financially I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem, and they're saving because of CM Punk not being paid now. So money I don't think's an issue. So it's star power. So bringing Edge in, it's going to be a big boost to AEW. So if you're WWE, stop it. Like, don't let them get him. As I said, like, what's it going to take? Really hammer it out. Like, what's it going to take? But there was a good point made the other day. It was like, well, Daniel Bryan still went, I think it was big time, actually. It might have made that comment. Daniel Bryan went. There was no stopping that. And it's true. But I do think Daniel Bryan's a little different, because Daniel Bryan was in Ring of Honor, and Daniel Bryan is like a technical wrestler that loves wrestling. And I think WWE for him was a stop in his career. I think he was always planning on going back to the indies and competing against some of those guys coming through the system, because he came through the system. And I think he's got a love of wrestling and a love of the indies that I don't know that Edge has. I don't know that Edge has that same love. Because WWE were a lot more involved in building Edge than they were in building Daniel. Because Daniel was a big star before he even joined WWE. WWE undeniably made him bigger. Undeniable. But he was still a name before he came in. And he had still been like Ring of Honor champion and everything. So I think Daniel, a little different to Edge. A little different to Edge. But it's a really good point. It's a really good point. I asked the same question myself. Why would you let him go? Colton, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. And same with Raw Veggies. What I would say is, if you are a member, because there's people joining all the time, like our memberships are doing really great at the moment. And I am interested. I want to know what kind of thing it is that you would be looking for, or what you would be interested in. I mean, we have been doing member streams quite consistently. And we will continue to do stuff for the members. So I want to do something again on Thursday, but I don't feel like the stream every week is the right way forwards. So I do want to. I was gonna go back and watch some of the old Wrestling Days videos and try and provide some extra commentary. I think going back and looking at some of the old toy hunts could be really, really good. Could be really fun, because to be honest, a lot of them I haven't watched since they uploaded. And really, they are what really helped the channel find its feet, So I think that could be interesting. But I don't know. It's sometimes that is one of the problems with YouTube, is that you kind of have to sit here and just like, what is it that people would like? What is the content that I should be doing? What is it that people really would value from the channel, People have said, like, retro watch-alongs before. We've done those. They've been well received. But the problem with those is that if someone becomes a member, I don't think they necessarily would be too interested in going back and watching an old retro watch-along. Those retro watch-alongs are kind of very good for there and then, but they're not very good for people to go back and watch. I think the same's probably true with the member streams as well, which is why probably need to start putting up more members exclusive videos. Don't know. That side of it is definitely valued and appreciated and growing as well. So I'm kind of like, I really do need to figure out like how to give people what they want there. So I'm definitely open to ideas. If you are a member or thinking of being a member or just have a good idea, feel free to drop me an email. It's probably the best way of getting me is wrestlingdays@gmail.com. Mitchell, shout out to you. Mitchell said, I'd like to see Jade beat Becky for the NXT title. Love it. Have a short run. Love it. Debut on the Raw after Mania. Love it. For the main roster, Jade versus Tiffany would be fun. All checks out with me, but I don't think Jade needs loads of time in NXT. We keep saying it. I keep repeating myself. I'm going to say it again just in case there's anyone new. NXT to me is not a disrespectful place to go, right? If you think that Finn Balor went there from New Japan and that Nakamura went there from New Japan, Nakamura, a former IWGP heavyweight champion, right? I mean, we're talking about someone that does not need to learn how to wrestle. And you think about, like, Kevin Owens went there from the Indies. Sammy went there from the Indies. Kenta, Hideo Itami, he went there. Aleister Black, he went there. Gunther, one of the best in-ring performers WWE has. Gunther went to NXT UK and NXT, right? So the idea that it would be disrespectful for Jade Cargill to go to NXT is just... I'm struggling with that. I'm really struggling with that being a disrespect. I think that for me, NXT serves a lot of purposes. Yes, we take people that have never wrestled and we get them up to being wrestlers. But equally, we take people that can wrestle and we get them used to the WWE style, WWE presentation, WWE expectations. You can't say the word hospital, right? You have to say medical facility. But that's just one of like a billion things that you need to be told about being in WWE. And we need to get your presentation right. We need to sort your entrance music. We need to sort your poses. We need to sort your moveset and work with you about, okay, talk to us about how you would put a match together. Who would call the match? Who would call the action? Like, are you capable of doing that? Are you capable of like taking the lead in a match? Like, why not spend that 6 months with her to like polish and like introduce her to the WWE way and improve anything that needs to be improved, because wrestlers always need something to be improved. And we know that Jade has yet to give us a 5-star match, right? I ain't seen one. So that would say to me that there is definitely things that we can improve. That would say to me there's definitely things that can be tweaked, and her spending time with Shawn Michaels and the amazing trainers they have at the Performance Center is only going to spit out a better version of Jade than if she went straight to the main roster. So I can't see any realm that this is an issue. So I agree. Put her in NXT, have her there for 6 months, give her a run with the belt. Anyone that doesn't watch AEW, and there's plenty of people that don't watch AEW, but anyone that's not aware of her will be introduced to her. That'll only build the excitement for when she does eventually get to the main roster. You know, and so she will be this big star down in NXT, working away, champion, winning matches, undefeated. We're building her up. She's being introduced to more people. And then eventually, after WrestleMania, if you want to wait that long, boom. I think that's fine, to be honest. I think after WrestleMania is fine. I know there's a lot of people that will want to see her at WrestleMania. But there's so much time. So we're not struggling for time. I mean, there's so many WrestleManias. She's going to have so many opportunities. She's going to be a future world champion. She's going to dominate the women's division. She could go on to be the Roman Reigns of the women's division. She could have one of those belts on lockdown for like 2 years. I wouldn't be surprised. She has got an incredible look. And I think, like, if you look at the announcement and how much excitement there was around it, if she was to get one of those belts and hold it for a long time, like 2 years, and like just have Raw on lockdown or Smackdown on lockdown, and just like, you know, maybe have some people that hang around her, like how the Usos hang around or hung around with Roman. Like, she could have a couple of girls that kind of deal with situations for her. She could be the final boss, blah, 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 blah. So much time. We're not struggling with time. So, yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree. I am on board with all of that. And to be honest, I don't think that there's really too many people that would be in disagreement. I think that there are people that are quite impatient that just want to get they've got dream matches and they just want them and they want them now. And I do understand that, because I am also someone that says, let's move, you know, let's do Jimmy J. Let's do the War Games match. Let's get going on some of these matches. We don't need to be spinning our wheels. But what I would say is we don't have to do everything straight away as well. Right, I think it's fine for someone like Jade that I think does need some polishing. I think it's fine to take the right approach with her. So, yes, we could do her against Bianca. We could do her against Asuka. But I do think she needs polishing. I do think she needs improving. She does need to learn the WWE style. So, for me, it wouldn't be right to be doing those matches now. That would be too soon to be doing those matches. And we can afford to take our time with Jade because we've got someone there that can have this division on lockdown for the next 6, 7, 8 years. I don't even know how old Jade is, actually. Let's have a quick little look, see what her age is. Younger than I thought. She's 31. I thought she was about 34. So 31. I always think that you can get to your early 40s. So, scrap what I said about 6, 7 years. I mean, this girl has potentially got 10 years in her. At plus. I mean, I think comfortably 42 in this day and age. She's got a daughter. I don't know if she's going to want any more kids. That obviously could take her out the game for a little while. But we've seen with Becky that you can go, have a kid, come back. WWE can find a way of accommodating it. I believe the kids on the road with Becky quite a bit. Probably not ideal. And maybe not something Jade would want to do. Maybe not the right thing for everyone to take that approach. But it can be worked. It can be worked. You do have to think about that when it comes to women rather than men. Obviously, women go through a lot more during pregnancy than men do. So, that could be something that just takes her out for a little bit, but if she so wanted. But it easily accommodated. And 31 years old, 10, 11, 12 years in the business comfortably, I would say. And in the shape she's in as well, She's in phenomenal shape. I mean, I can only imagine that's only going to extend how long she is going to be able to compete for. So, yeah, I feel good for Jade. I am also very aware, though, that I don't want to be someone that's, down on her when she's in AEW, but then, up on her when she's in WWE. I always am honest, and I think she has got limitations. I've never seen a 5-star match out of her in AEW. I think she's always had potential because she's always looked like $1 billion. Talking wise, I think she's okay. I don't think she's brilliant on the mic. I think her look is her best asset. To me, she's got a 10 out of 10 look. I think her wrestling's about a 4, maybe a 5. I think there's a lot of improving that you can do there. I think that her promos are probably not too dissimilar to her wrestling. She's done a fair bit of talking in ring and backstage. I've never really heard her go on too much of a lengthy promo, and I've certainly never heard her. I mean, her kind of put downs are really basic standard put downs. You get the feeling that everything she says is scripted. I don't think she's thought of a single word herself that she's ever had to say. It's all very generic, simple stuff. You get the B words. Which I don't. She probably could use it in WWE, but we tend to lean on that to kind of emphasize a bit of sass. But other than that, it's pretty generic stuff. And to be honest, it'll probably be pretty generic stuff in WWE as well. So I feel like her promos are there. I don't ever notice them as being particularly bad, or the delivery being bad, or anything along those lines. But equally, I don't ever find myself praising them. And her matches have improved, but still a long way from, I think, where she could be and maybe should be. And I think where she would want to be as well. The one thing I think Jade always has struck me is someone that's willing to put the work in. You don't get a physique like that if you're not willing to put work in. She clearly is committed to looking incredible and, being a superstar. And so I think she is someone that is just going to take as much info as possible and want to be the best version of herself. That's very exciting from a WWE perspective. Very exciting. So I think they're quite high on Jade's, and I think they're quite excited about the future. And to be honest, I think that's where a lot of people are. It's future prospect. Looks like $1 billion, and I feel exactly the same. So, and I thought the same in AEW. She looks like $1 billion. You understood why she had a 50-0 undefeated streak. you understood why she was their mid-card champion and was just constantly winning matches. But I don't think we were doing like loads of great stuff with her. It always felt very samey. It never felt like they were very interesting segments. The creative was never that strong for Jade. So it definitely felt like we could have been doing a lot more with her in AEW. So it'll be very interesting to see what we do with her in WWE and where it is that she lands. So yeah, Jade, that's a whole conversation that we'll probably end up having. But yeah, I expect there's a good chance we'll see her tomorrow at No Mercy, even if she's just in the crowd, just like waving, you know. Mitchell said Jade has got the same issue as Cody in AEW. They were always in their own universe and they got extremely stale. Jade could be as big as Cody in WWE. Well, I mean, I think it's harder for women. I don't know why. I feel like maybe because there's not as many great opponents for the women. Like the men's division is bigger. There's a lot more different guys and factions and people to brawl with than there is for the girls. If you can keep it fresh and find good, credible, big names for her to be feuding with on a consistent basis, then yeah, you absolutely could build her up to be like a big star, big merch seller. How big? Difficult to say. I mean, we know that it is possible for the girls to get really big. I mean, Becky was on the front cover of the game, and you know, the man was about as big as it got. I mean, when she was the man, she was the man. I mean, for a time there, you could really make the argument she was the biggest star they had. Like with the blood coming down the nose when she got hit by Nia Jackson, like standing there. I mean, that was such a big moment for her. It looks so good as well. It looked fantastic. And it was a really big moment for her. So I think that, you know, with Jade, if we can get some of those types of moments, we could potentially really get going with her somewhere. But it's hard to gauge as to what level she will get to. Because the women's division is, you know, not as big as the men's division. But I think she could be the Roman in the sense of not the Roman in the sense of like having segments that are drawing viewerships as big, but in the sense of dominance. She could dominate the women's division like Roman has dominated. She can break records. Hard to break records when the all-time record is like 25 years for the women. But I don't know what the record would be like for the current belts, you know? She could easily break those records. So, you know, the modern era. They did that with Bianca, didn't they? The longest reigning women's champion in the modern era. But I don't know if it was ever quite defined what the modern era is. But I'm sure we can find a record for her to break. If there's one thing WWE are good at, it's finding records that can be broken. Humble Rumble said Ray against Santos, Street Profits, Charlotte versus Bailey. Yeah, we got a pretty interesting show tonight. Godfather's host said Days want some of that wet wrestle dream. I do. Tony Khan said it's the end of an era come Sunday. Will they announce on Sunday that AEW will be going to HBO or Max? We call Max here Skinner Max after midnight. RIP FU. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, Tony said that the end of an era comment had been kind of blown out of proportion. Now, I don't know if he's just sort of downplaying it because he doesn't want people to tune in on Sunday and be disappointed, or what he was referencing. It could be that he makes an announcement that is big, right? And he's just trying to throw people off at the moment. Or is it that he made a comment that it's going to be end of an era and he's now thinking to himself, I shouldn't really have said that. And so now he's kind of backtracking a bit. But he definitely said that it had been blown out of proportion. So I would err with a little bit of caution towards the end of an era stuff. I honestly don't know what he would be referencing there. I honestly don't know what he'd be referencing. I mean, I don't know if he'd be referencing like the CM Punk stuff, and this is like, you know, the first show we're going to be. Is this the first pay-per-view without CM Punk? You know, could it be that we're just focused on that and we're talking about that? Don't know. Tricky. Have you watched her AEW matches? She is way behind WWE women, says has Drew. She looks like an Adonis, but wrestles like Hogan. I have seen her matches. I said I don't think she is. I think she's like a 4 or a 5 out of 10. I think that she is someone that could do with time in NXT and do with improving. So yeah, I don't disagree with you. But what I would say is Hogan was very successful. I mean, one thing we know about WWE is the in-ring is not the be-all and end-all. And if you look at people like Logan, you can have little to no professional wrestling experience and still be put out there and have great matches. WWE are very, very good at taking people. So they'll put them through their paces. They'll go, okay, they can do that, they can do that, they can do that, they can do that, they can do that. They'll then put a match together that means that they do that. And the rest of it will be tight, it'll be solid. They'll get the other person to do some impressive stuff as well. And before you know it, you've got a good little match going, you know? You've got a match that people are like, oh, God, this is good. And, you know, you add in a few other little bits and bobs and, you know, with, you know, we had flipping Prime Bottle and KSI. We've had Tommaso Ciampa and like AJ Styles getting involved in Logan matches before. I mean, we had Jake Paul getting involved in his match against Roman Reigns. So, you know, you highlight the stuff they can do. You put him in there with someone that can go as well and they can do some good stuff. Put in a few close falls. Add a few other extra elements. Before you know it, you've got a good match. You know, so even though she is like super limited, she's going to a place that will know how to bring the best out in her. But if she wants to have matches on a regular basis that are going to be solid and strong like what Seth can deliver, then she is going to have to improve her moveset. She's going to have to improve her ring IQ. She's going to have to improve, just know what she's doing, like call a match herself. And know when to bring in the crowd and how to use the crowd. Like, there's a lot there that she needs to learn. But we'll see. We'll see how they use her. Jade Days will main event at WrestleMania 41 against Rhea and Bianca, or one of them, says Edward. Edward, shout out to you. I hope you had a good birthday. Did you watch Liverpool-Newcastle 2-1 game last month? I didn't. When Darwin scored 2 late goals. No, isn't. But I don't really get time to watch much football. I used to do a football watch-along thing, but it became very evident that a whole channel dedicated to like football watch-alongs just took me away from wrestling far, far, far too much. I mean, I would say for a good 12 months, this channel was doing live streams and very little else. You know, it might be the odd breaking news or stuff like that, but very little else. Because I was like doing football over there and then getting over and doing streams over here. So I think it became very apparent that I was just stretching myself a little bit too thin. So now I try to really focus my attention on this channel. And so, yeah, I don't really get a chance to watch too much football. I try to keep up with the results, though. I try to keep up with what's going on because we always tend to have a little conversation at some point, you know. Right, let's go back into the chat. Sean said, still enjoying the content. Keep up the great work. Sean, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. I been working on a few other videos, as I said. I'm hoping to get them out soon. Yeah, I mean, like, we will continue to do the streams, of course. They're not going anywhere. We will continue to drop the occasional toy hunt. Actually, I am going out on Sunday. So I'm streaming tomorrow, No Mercy. Then on Sunday, I'm going out with my brother and we're going to go to a toy fair. So I don't think it'll be up on Sunday, but I will be filming like a toy fair thing on Sunday. So that will be coming to the channel soon. And then on Sunday night, of course, we've got Wrestle Dream. And then on Monday, we got Raw. Tuesday, we got NXT. Blah, 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 blah. So loads on the way. Loads coming up. Maybe I'll try and get that toy fair thing up on Thursday next week. So yeah, that. And I'm trying to work on other content. So plenty on the way, my friend. Plenty on the way. Coach Co said the big day is tomorrow. Kojiko is getting a 10-week-old boxer puppy. Really? That is very cool. Please look after it. Don't do anything weird. Right? Don't try and give it lemonade or anything. That's cool. That's really cool. I hope it all goes well. I always like to hear of people getting like that have got good homes, you know, that are going to look after it, like getting dogs and everything. There's a lot of dogs that need a home out there. That gets me down, man. It gets me down thinking of all the dogs out there that are like being unloved. I love dogs. We never had a dog, but we got one, Kia, and it's like, oh, couldn't imagine life without her now. And like, I think you think of all those dogs that are in like kennels and everything. Oh, it just gets you down. It just gets me down. So God bless you, Coach Co, and I hope it all goes well. And please look after it. I'm sure you will. Don't be weird around it. I'm sure you will. Colton said, it's not far away, but I want Bayley to win the next Royal Rumble. She deserves it and is the only one of the 4 horsewomen that's not won one. I would like Bayley, actually, because I think it also sets up Bayley against Io if Io's still got the title. So I think like you're getting a good match there. Bayley deserves it as an achievement. I think Bayley, since she came back at SummerSlam, has kind of really given herself over to Damage Control. We've taken one of the best, most interesting women and just pushed her a little to the side so that she can help build up Dakota and Io. And God bless her for it as well, because we've said we need to build stars, and Io has been built. Dakota, obviously not quite as much because of her injury, unfortunately, but we may still get there with Dakota. So God bless Bayley. God bless Bayley, because she has walked the path, and she has certainly not burnt the bridges behind her as she's gone. She, if anything, has reinforced them, made them bigger, inviting more people over. Like, she is giving some of her time, her career over to bring in this next generation through. So God bless Bayley, but it is also a little bit of a shame because I really like Bayley. I think she's one of the most entertaining women. I loved her during the pandemic, 2020, when we were doing, like, you know, Bayley, DOS straps, her and Michael Cole, and all of that stuff. She was so much fun. For me, she was the MVP of that period. I know some have said that Drew was the MVP or other people, but for me, it was Bayley. I absolutely loved her contribution. She was all over the place as tag champs. They were popping up everywhere as well, her and Sasha. So yeah, I agree. I'd like Bayley to do it. A lot of people are saying they think it might be Liv Morgan, and I don't really know why, to be honest. Not that I'm down on Liv Morgan, but I just don't know why. I don't know why Liv has become like a favorite for some to win the Rumble. I don't know why. I can't really say that she's been doing a great deal. She's been in like tag teams, and I don't know. Perhaps they're just thinking that she had that run in 2022 with the title. 2023 has been a bit of a step down from that, so maybe they're just going to do some again with her next year. I don't know. It's a bit of a strange one, that one, but I've seen a lot of people saying they think that it could be Liv Morgan's time, that she'll get the Rumble win. Right, we are just mere seconds away. We are building and working our way towards SmackDown, this week's SmackDown. We have got John Cena. I think John Cena's on the show. I think he's on the show. Obviously, he was beaten down last week. We need to know who's going to be his partner for Fastlane. We also have got a few things going on tonight. We've got a few things happening. We've got Ray against Santos. We've got Bayley against Charlotte. We've got Bobby on the Grayson Waller effect. We need to find out what's happening with John and his potential partner. So plenty to look forward to in what should be a pretty full-on, stacked couple of hours. According to reports, Fury has agreed to face Usyk for the titles, and it will take place in December or January. Well, as long as it's not at the same weekend as a WWE show, that would be very much appreciated. Okay, here we go. We're going over to the action. Time for Smackdown. Baby. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, what is going to open the show? Justin, shout out to you, my friend. Just popping in to say hi. I'm not feeling so good. I punched myself. Why did you do that? I'm going to be sleeping. I'll have the stream on in the background. Justin, sorry to hear that. Can't quite understand why you punched yourself. I'm hoping it was accidental, not just frustration, you know. God bless you, Justin. Look after yourself. Life's hard enough as it is. You don't need to be punching yourself, you know. There's plenty of people out there that will happily do it. For all of us, not just you. For all of us. There's plenty of punches we have to dodge every day anyway. We don't need to be punching ourselves. Right, here we go then. Sacramento. We're in Sacramento. Boyaka. I would like to see more videos involving raccoons, said Miss Clown. Let's go. John Cena is on a warpath just like Tatanka. Yay! Dun 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 dun. Let's go. John Cena is on a warpath. Charlotte Flair against Bayley. Who's better than me? Gold on the line. Rey Mysterio defends his United States Championship. So we're just running down the card to start off the show. It's all the matches we spoke about. Here is Sir Jimmy Uso. Jimmy Uso. Are you doing KSI Tommy Fury? I don't know. I take it a week at a time. I definitely will try and do it though, because I mean it's a massive card, isn't it? So I definitely will try to be doing it. Here is Jimmy Uso making his way down with Solo and Paul Heyman. Cool Fastlane graphic there. Like a CGI racing helmet. I don't think I've seen that before. So John Cena against Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa. Let's see what's the Bloodline I've got to say here. Paul Heyman in the ring. My name. Boos are raining down for Paul Heyman. Boos are raining down for Paul Heyman. No, my name isn't Boo. Boo Heyman? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? My name is Paul Heyman tonight. Okay. He calls Sacramento a hellhole. It's not well received, that. Not well received at all. We acknowledge our tribal chief. Jimmy throws up the one as well. Jimmy's acknowledging. And so do each and every single one of you. People boo him. Okay, so we're just talking about last week. This might not be a shock to you, but I have KSI winning and beating Tommy. I thought you might, Edward. I thought you might. James said some upcoming Smackdowns will be taped. I think the one before the Saudi show. It's a shame. It's always a shame when they tape them, isn't it? But sometimes you do get that around Christmas as well. So, I mean, and Saudi would make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, so Heyman is showing us what happened last week. He clearly does, as he just left it open at the living room and hubby laughing so hard on the floor. Trini, I hope everything's all right in your house. Shout out to you. Edward said, have you seen the news that WWE are trying to get Ronaldo for the Saudi show? Yeah, I don't know in what capacity, though. I mean, I'm not expecting him to have a match or anything. I mean, I'm guessing, like, in the crowd, just waving. Be good if he was, like, guest timekeeper, something like that. That'd be good. They could do that. But in my mind, like, I think they're just trying to get him in the building. Just so, like, haven't we done that before? Has he been there at one of the Saudi ones before? I feel like I've seen Ronaldo before in the crowd. Justin said, I think I'm the only person that cries when he's chasing down the plane. Did you notice Fire Marshal Bill in the movie? Oh, okay. What movie, Justin? What movie are you talking about? I thought you were talking about yourself. I was like, why are you chasing planes? What's going on? Real said, if they just do a show with wrestlers not going to Saudi, then they wouldn't need to tape it. That's true. Maybe do, like, just video packages of the matches you're going to get, and then those that aren't going, get them to do the live matches. It's true. That'd be good. I'd much rather that, actually, than a tape show. You could always do, like, if you need to do a contract signing or something, you could always do it backstage, pre-records. I mean, maybe it would suck a little bit for those that are in attendance. You are going to have to play a lot of video packages, because you're obviously going to want to use that show to advertise the Saudi show. And if you haven't got any of the stars there, then you're going to have to play video packages. So, I understand there being a need to be a balance and not have the crowd just watching endless video packages. But I agree with you. I think there can be a way that some sort of balance can be found. He was at the Jake Tommy fight in Saudi. Oh, is that where I saw him? At the Jake Tommy fight? Well, I'm thinking it'll be something similar if WWE can get a hold of him. My Phenomenal Figures said, who do you think we are going to next with Roman? I think it could be LA or AJ. I think Jimmy might be going along with the Bloodline just to get a title match. I think AJ is the one, just because, well, they've just beaten up AJ, haven't they? So I know that LA confronted Paul Heyman, so it definitely feels like they were testing the water there as well. But I think with everything that's going on right now, AJ would be the pick for the next challenge. Okay, John Cena. As of this moment, John Cena is not here right now, says Paul Heyman. AJ Styles is not here because he's lying in a hospital bed. What's he doing? What's Jimmy doing? Oh, he wants the microphone. I didn't know what he wanted. Jimmy just went like this. Jimmy is unpredictable, man, isn't he? Jimmy is unpredictable. I've got to tell you, I am enjoying what we're doing with Jimmy. He is unpredictable. And I find him really interesting as a result. You never quite know what he's got. When he went like that then, I didn't know what he was doing. And then he sort of laughed like, nah, I'm only joking. And then he took the microphone. I agree. He's in the bloodline, but with a very different attitude. John, you're smart. Stay far, far away. Oh, hello. Here's Anderson attacking. Anderson attacks. Don't know where Gallows is. Carl Anderson jumps in the ring, starts attacking. Now AJ's in the hospital. Now it's OC business. Now it's personal. Now it's OC business. Now it's personal. Solo says, you better handle this, or I'll handle this for you. Jimmy's like, all right. All right, yeah, dog, yeah. Solo just turns away. Jimmy has to go, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got you, yeah. It's good. It's good hearing from Solo. Solo says, you better handle this, or I'll handle it for you. I still feel like Jimmy is going through an identity crisis. I like it because I feel like he has got his eyes open now. I really think that he is someone that is back in the bloodline, but I think he's back in the bloodline aware of how it works. Before, it was family. He fell in line. He did what he was told. And he, he played the game the way it should be played. Now, it's true. It could be that he's back because he doesn't really care about being back. He's doing it because he wants to get close to Roman, to then turn on Roman again. That's not a story I'm really looking for, to be honest, because him turning on Roman again is, how many times you're going to go down this road? So for me, I much prefer the idea that he thought that he was going to be out the bloodline, but with his brother. So it was going to be him and Jay, and they would still be together, and they'd watch each other's backs, and, they would find a way forward together. When Jay all of a sudden started to try and become the new tribal chief, that's not what Jimmy wanted. He didn't want that. He wanted out, but he didn't want to see his twin brother become the new tribal chief because that power corrupts. And he didn't want to see his twin brother get corrupted. This is what he said. And I thought it made sense. So he prevented that from happening, right? But of course, Jay got upset. Of course, he got upset. And so now Jay doesn't want anything to do with Jimmy. All of a sudden, Jimmy's looking around going, hang on. So I'm out the bloodline on my own, and all I've got is people that hate me because of my association with the bloodline. The exact same situation that Jay is in over on Raw. There's plenty of people over on Raw that don't like Jay, The one thing Jay has got that Jimmy doesn't is Sammy. Sammy has got his back. Cody is a good person, and he's over on Raw. So, and they're convincing Kevin as well. So, Jay at least has got a bit of a foot in the door. Jimmy doesn't have that. I don't think there's anyone on SmackDown that's really pulling for Jimmy. So Jimmy, I like the idea that Jimmy has looked around and gone, I ain't going to survive on my own. I might have stood a chance with Jay, but I ain't going to survive on my own. And so he's gone back into the bloodline for safety, protection, but he's gone back in with his eyes open. He's gone back in knowing full well that he can't stand Roman. He can't stand being told what to do, but it's safer than being outside the bloodline on your own. I much prefer that story than he's gone back in just to turn on Roman, just to get a title match. Because he could get a title match now. If he stayed on the outsides and was to call Roman out, I'm sure he would get a title match now. So I don't think he has to go back in to turn on Roman to get a title match. I think he can have one now. But I think the other way you go is that if he's outside the bloodline, it's too dangerous for Jimmy on his own. So he's choosing the safety and the protection of being in the bloodline. Maybe that will eventually lead to some sort of turn and some sort of match, some sort of breakdown. But this is why I'm enjoying Jimmy at the moment, because he has got that, I don't give a flip attitude, basically. He'll stand there, he'll throw up the ones, he'll play the game, but his eyes are fully open now as to what's going on. We just saw that bit there where he's like, give me the microphone. Never seen him do that before. And then he starts laughing, I'm only joking, and then snatches it anyway, just so that he can start cutting his promo. Never used to see Jimmy doing that. Jimmy was always the quiet one in the back, Jimmy was the one that was fine with Sammy. It was Jay that had the issue with Sammy. Jimmy was the one that was just sort of in the background. He's really stepped forward now, and, we're really starting to do something with him. I find it interesting, because I could be completely wrong. It might be none of that. It might be something completely different. But in my mind, that's kind of where I've got it at the moment. But as I said, could be completely wrong. Could be that he is just back in just to get a title match. Jimmy in the corner. Super kick there by Jimmy. So, if you are just joining us, Jimmy Uso is taking on Carl Anderson. Jimmy against Carl Anderson. What do you think the Fastlane card will look like? I'm going, says Caleb, but I can't believe they've hardly announced anything. Yeah, I think it'll probably be, lovely victory there for Jimmy. Jimmy picks up the win already. I thought we were going to have a little bit more time there. Jimmy Uso beating... So Solo had just provided a slight distraction. So super kick by Jimmy, follows it up with big splash. Corey said, does Jimmy realize that this might be his last shot to make things right with the tribal chief? Samoan spike by Solo. Samoan spike by Solo. Solo again staring at his thumb as Jimmy rolls out the ring. There's a smile on Jimmy's face. Solo jumping out in the ring. Carl Anderson has been left laying. No AJ. Gallows, I think he's dealing with a little niggle at the moment. No, John Cena. We know AJ. I don't think we'll see AJ this week. Here's Meechin. Whoa! Meechin slaps Jimmy. Love it, man. Love it. Meechin slaps Jimmy as she came out. Damn. Damn. Why are we sticking on him? Jimmy stumbles over to the side, heads to the back. Why did we... as soon as she slapped him, could have got like a damn and then just cut away. Instead, we hung on him for like an extra 10 seconds. I have no idea why, but even so. Okay, we're backstage with Santos Escobar. Just watching Jimmy stumble around going, damn, damn, damn. Cynthia said, Days, I think they should keep LA Knight as a secret partner for Cena until Fastlane. Just as Cena is surrounded by Jimmy and Solo, LA Knight's music hits, and he comes out to help Cena. Yep, good shout. He did get COVID, so I don't know where he is with that, but thankfully, you know, getting COVID, I would imagine you should recover before we get to Fastlane. But it did stop them unveiling him last week as being Cena's partner. So could it be this week? Could it be next week's SmackDown? Could it be at the actual show? Definitely feels like LA Knight is the front runner. So yeah, Cynthia, I like it. I like it. James said, I just sent you some on Twitter. It's fire. Are you ready to play? Oh, what's this? No Mercy video game going in. That's cool. Is this the open for it?
No mercy.
No mercy. Oh, it is fire. Okay, I would show it, but I think it might run the risk of a copyright strike. So what they've done is, that is fire. That is amazing. So what they've done is they've got images of different superstars, but they've done it in the No Mercy video game style. And I think they're doing it as like selecting the characters, but obviously they're selecting what the matches are going to be at the actual show tomorrow. I think it's the open for the show. So it's been done in a No Mercy video game sort of style. It's very, very good. Yeah, looks great. Thanks for sharing that, James. I haven't seen that. Dropped a couple of hours ago, apparently. Right. I wish WWE would stop calling them Extreme Rules. They're not. Do you want to smell my finger, says William. I'm all right for now, thank you. Thank you, no. What if Randy returns to help Cena? Well, then a lot of people are going to be very excited. That's what will happen. We are at commercial break. When we go back, it's going to be the Grayson Waller effect with Bobby Lashley. This is going to be interesting because do you remember last week, Bobby said that he wants to see that killer instinct. Otherwise, I'll have the watches, I'll have the suits, and I'll find someone else. You know, Street Profits, they've had a week, you know, to really think things through. If they're going to commit to this, then they need to commit to this. So I hope that we're going to get and going to see new music, no red cups, a slight change in attitudes. Like, I have no problems, actually, with them doing this. I know What Culture said one of their points was it's a bit too soon to be doing this. I would disagree. I kind of like the fact that we've got some baby faces that are struggling to be heels. You know, they like the opportunity of working with Bobby, but some of the stuff that Bobby is wanting them to do, it's just, it's just not quite fitting at the moment. So he's had words with them. Sort yourself out, right? And if this is going to be what just shifts it where we need it to be, just that final little bit, then I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. So let's see. Could be a really interesting segment. Trafford Buckley, shout out to you. Said long time no see. I hope all is well. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm really good. It's nice to see so many people popping back again. Saying they haven't been around for a while, but popping back in. So big shout out to everyone that's stopping by. And Trafford, I hope life's treating you well, my friend. Mia Yim against Trinity Fatu at Survivor Series. Bucket, you cowards, says Boomers. Wan said, I don't know if Adam Cole's injured his ankle until I saw it today for the first time. I didn't see him hurt this Wednesday. But I don't pay attention, says Wan. Have they shown an image of his ankle, have they? I mean, I believe it to be legitimately injured. I believe him to now need surgery. Hang on, we're backstage with Jimmy. Yeah, what are you looking at, dweeb? You dweeb! Yeah, push him, yeah! Push that guy over, stupid red shirt guy! Pathetic. Relax. Relax. Cool, Roman Reigns. So Jimmy is upset and he's taking it out on backstage technicians and whatever. And Heyman says, call Roman Reigns. Okay, time for the Grayson Waller effect. Let's see what the Street Profits are going to look like. The Dynamite from Down Under. Look at the liquid pouring out of those trainers. Shoey CGIs. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Lovely bright pink shirt. Big smile on his face. Booze for Grayson Waller. John Cena might be the greatest of all time. But he ain't the greatest of being on time. Once again, Grayson Waller is here to save the show. Okay, my guest tonight is a physical specimen. Tonight he'll get the one thing he's been missing. The Grayson Waller rub. The almighty Bobby Lashley then making his way down to the ring. Big Time said Mercedes knows what she's getting into with AEW. She'll get her spotlight. But as far as creating a women's revolution, it's not feasible given how limited the women are compared to WWE. Here's Bibbs. Here's Bibbidi Bob. Modern Mogul said, what if Bobby wants to see who is more vicious of the two and turns them on each other? Maybe Bobby picks the best of the best. Maybe. I hope not. Because if we do lose Dawkins, I would really worry for him. Dawkins is someone that is overshadowed by Montez. In fact, we said that last week. I had praise for them making Dawkins look quite good in the match, and then it was Dawkins was the one that got rolled up and pinned. So we're just seeing Bobby having a few words with the Street Profits last week. SmackDown is trending, said Jason. Bum, ba, ba, dum. Smile on the face of Bobby. Really appreciate you coming on tonight. Especially after the week you've had. Boys, the Street Profits had a devastating loss. What's Bobby going to say? I thought they had enough pride. Apparently, I made a mistake. So I guess back to the drawing boards. They'll come out, surely. Surely. Oh, right. He's going to try and put himself over now. Maybe you're looking for a team like Austin Theory and Grayson Waller. Even Grayson's lost a little bit of enthusiasm. I think Bobby gave him a look to say, nah. Bobby said he'll pass on that. Here's the Street Profits music. Okay, they're coming out in suits. They're not dancing. There's no red cups. So Street Profits making their way down. No red cups. Same music. Same Titantron. Maybe it's baby steps. Maybe we just got rid of the cups and the dancing this week. Is that their name? A-Town Down Under? Is that what Grayson and Theory are called? I didn't know that. A-Town Down Under. I don't want to hear it. Prove it. If you want something out of me, prove it. So, Street Profits. Street Profits jump out the ring. They get up to Bobby. Prove it. I want to see what you've got. Grayson's like, this is super awkward. We need to bring the crowd back. Here's the 150 million hitman. Here's Austin Theory. Theory making his way out. Theory making his way down to the ring. Is this going to be a tag match? Street Profits against Theory and Grayson? I mean, that would seem like where we're going. But isn't that like heel team against heel team? I suppose Street Profits are a bit confused, aren't they? Up next, Cameron Grimes against Austin Theory. I sort of feel like this segment just ran out of steam. So Austin Theory against Cameron Grimes. Not loads from that segment, was there really? The Confused Profits. They are the Confused Profits. So Bobby wants them to show him something. They seem confused. I don't know what there is to be confused about. Go and find a team and beat them up. I mean... what does he think? Do you want him to go and make a chocolate cake or something? What is going through their head? He wants us to prove something. What are we meant to do? What are we meant to do? We're meant to make him a card or something. Find a team, go and smash them up, right? Ruthlessly. Don't need an Enigma machine to work this one out, do we? Right, Austin Theory. Austin Theory taking on Cameron Grimes to the moon. They will get involved in the LWO match, said John. Wrestle with Andy said, why do you think the Profits care about Bobby's opinion of them? It's a good question. I mean, to be honest, I think the Profits have struggled for a while. I think that they have struggled to kind of get opportunity when they have got opportunity. I think they've been frustrated. I mean, I remember them going up against the Usos and not being successful at, like, was it SummerSlam 22? 21? 22? 21? 22? 22, I think. And they didn't win the titles. They have won the titles before, but I think this is a real... I mean, as a fan, I look at this group and I'm excited. So I would imagine they're looking at it and they're excited. You know, if you've got the chance to bring in someone the caliber of Bobby Lashley, and that's going to make you like a faction, that's going to make you a group, that's a, you know, that's another person that's got your back and, you know, has been around the title picture and has been a champion. I think that's something that I could understand them wanting to... It's an opportunity, in it. That's something that I could understand them wanting to lean towards. You could say, like, that's an opportunity they could easily just let them pass by and just, you know, I'm sure another opportunity will come along eventually, but I could understand that they've been kind of out in the cold a little bit and they see this as a real chance to do something interesting and to align themselves with a former world champion. So, yeah, I get it. Skiller said, Street Profits to Bobby, we are ready to do anything to get back in. Bobby really, and takes down his pants. Well, you don't like to think that those things go on in 2023, but honestly, what happens backstage stays backstage, certainly if you get paid hush money. So, I don't know. I would hope that's not where it's going. I mean, I was thinking go and find a tag team and beat them up. That's what I was thinking, but then I am very naive. Sexually, I am very naive. So maybe he was insinuating, you know, you show me a good time, we can make something work, you know? I don't know. You don't like to think these things. You don't like to think these things happen. Also, To the Moon and Grimes are terribly cringe, says AJG. We don't really see much of Grimes, do we? I agree. We could probably do with something fresh. He's been doing To the Moon for quite a while now. Although saying that, I don't know, because we haven't seen much of him, I don't really know if the crowd have had fun with To the Moon. I mean, we did it loads down in NXT. It was quite over down in NXT. But we just haven't really seen much of him, have we, on the main roster? To the moon. Go and get Bobby a packet of digestives. That's what he meant. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. Cup of tea and a lovely digestive. Right, in the crowd is Dragon Lee. He will be the special guest referee tomorrow night. We are live tomorrow, 2 hours before the kickoff show, mainly because I have no friends, and so I'm not doing anything else. So we're going to be live 2 hours before the kickoff show. We'll be breaking down the card, talking about SmackDown, talking about whatever you want to talk about, and we will go through the No Mercy card, which has got Becky Lynch going up against Tiffany Stratton. It's got Dominic Mysterio defending. Butch is on the cards. Ilya Dragunov. If you've not seen Ilya Dragunov, you've got to watch Ilya. Ilya is the man that beat Gunther when Gunther was NXT UK champion. He is the man that he's the Gunther Slayer. So Ilya is definitely someone that's on his way. And he is going to be competing for the NXT Championship, taking on Carmelo Hayes. Should be good. Noam Dar against Butch. Should be good. Bron Breakker against Baron Corbin. Even if you don't watch NXT, I would think you've probably heard of Bron Breakker. He has been on Raw. Won the NXT title on Raw. Beat Dolph, I believe. So, yeah, Bron Breakker, Baron. It's not a bad little card, actually. It's not a bad little card. Shots coming in by Cameron Grimes. To the moon. Catering Grimes, said Zoom Station. PJ said, my stand is called Yago to me Sativa. You've got to try it. RVD loves it. Him and Snook blazed one. Oh, hello. Talking about marijuana, are we? Weed, are we? Legalized in a fair few places now, I believe. Still not legal in the UK, though. So it's getting a bit risky. It's getting a bit risky. But apparently you can get something called Yago TME Sativa. Why don't they give it, like, better names? Do you know what I mean? Like, the Head Buzz. The Headbanger. The Soul Destroyer. The Moon Shatterer. What the hell's that for a name for weed? Weird. They need better marketing. That's what they need in the weed community. Hello, Grayson Waller getting in the face of Cameron Grimes. Wow. Gets hurled into a ring post. Look good. Austin Theory hurling Cameron Grimes. Read someone stupid. It amuses me. Theory Knight Logan is the future, says Mr. Quake. Oh, A-Town down. There we go. It's a win for Austin Theory. So Theory wins. A-Town down. Boom. Boom. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Yeah, good win for Austin Theory. I know it's against someone we don't see that often, but listen, any win for Austin Theory is a good win. Theory is on the outside. He's going over to Dragon Lee. How's he going over to Dragon Lee? Dragon Lee's like, oh, he pushes Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee pushes Theory. Let's go. Dragon Lee and Theory. That's unexpected. You're better than that, says Grayson Waller. Who's Dragon Lee? A-Town. Right, we're backstage with Kayla Braxton. I mean, that's going to build to something in it. Is Austin Theory going to go to NXT? To just do a little thing with Dragon Lee? Here's Rey Mysterio. Nice black mask that Rey's got on. Looks classy, man. Looks good. Is he going to go after Dragon Lee? Or could we look to be bringing Dragon Lee up? I wonder if Dragon Lee could join the LWO. Ray said he's got nothing but love and respect for Santos. I'm giving you the fight of your life. Big smile on Ray's face as he goes through the curtain. We're heading towards our next match for the United States Championship. We should probably put a poll up for this. Rey Mysterio versus Santos Escobar. Who wins? I feel like Rey has got to be firm favorite. It's got to be firm favorite. But you could have Santos win and then Rey try to get the title back at Fastlane. You could do that. I'm not saying they're going to do that. I'm saying you could do that. Rey making his way down. This tag team gives me Buff Bagwell vibes. Dragon Lee proving himself to Bibby, said Goat. That's true. That's exactly what Bibbs is looking for. Juan said SmackDown still has more views than any other, at least as of late. Aubrey said if Santos loses, we riot. Down with deadbeats. Madame is in love with Kayla Braxton. We know that. You only do polls for good matches, says Juan. Matches that I think people care for, yeah. You put Reet Mysterio instead of Rey. Will people even know who I mean? They might think that Rey's got a brother that's come in, Rhett Mysterio. Let's go. Rhett Mysterio. Boyaka, boyaka. You know Rhett. Good guy. Good guy. There's a rumor that we're going to continue with the Howdy story. Oh, is there? Where's that from? Where's that from? Where's that rumor? It wasn't Sheila down the fish shop, was it? Because I don't know if she knows, man. She has been right before, though, in all fairness. But that'll be interesting. I mean, I don't know what you do with Howdy, to be honest. I don't know what you do with that character. I mean, without Bray's vision, input, unless it's already been mapped out, you know? Unless he's already explained where it's got to go and how it looks and what the story actually is. I could understand Bo wanting to finish the story for Bray. I could understand him wanting to do that if it feels like there's still a story to be told there. I suppose the concern is that it wasn't a very good story. Like, that's the concern. It wasn't, I don't think, a story that was really captivating people. I think White Rabbit was amazing, and when it first started, it was amazing. But you know, I'd be disingenuous to look back on that Howdy story and paint it as anything other than a little underwhelming. You know, there was just a lot of questions about the different masks, the relationship. It seemed to take ages for us to get to Bray's first match, which I was okay with, but we weren't using that time to necessarily answer those questions. Like, what is their relationship? Where has he come from? Why did he just appear? We couldn't tell. At first, it felt like he was someone that was like in charge of Bray. But then at times it felt like he was following Bray. I could never quite gauge the relationship there. So, yeah, it was... it's one that I think is a very difficult one to know what the right thing to do is. I think there's just too much unknowns. I don't know if the story's planned out. I don't know if they feel confident they could get it somewhere good without Bray. I don't know. I don't know what you do with it. Do you put someone else in there? But then is it going to feel like it did with Alexa? You know, Alexa carried on doing Bray stuff when Bray wasn't around, and it just felt like a rip-off. It just felt like they took the story and got rid of the man. And like now he's passed away, is it just going to feel... Oh, hello. Now Jimmy's beating up Ashanti. I wasn't expecting this. Look, B-Fab. B-Fab, get in there. Get in there, B-Fab. Meechin slap Jimmy. Why don't you slap Jimmy? Ashanti has been beaten up backstage. Jimmy is they're telling Solo now. Solo grabs Ashanti, picks him up. Uranagi through the table. There's no point shouting, B-Fab. You got to do more than that, love. Yeet. Yeet. Okay, well, Ray is in the ring. Mitchell said he's not on the poll, but I'm voting for Rhett. I'm Rhett. I like Rhett. He's like Ray, but just a little more mature. You can see a few grey hairs starting to appear in the beard there for Rhett. Here's Santos making his way down. Here's Rey Mysterio. Hall of Shamer, said Aubrey. Santos climbing up in the ring. Match will be ended when Street Profits attack both. Good shout, Larry. Really good shout. Really good shout. Yep. They said they got to prove it, and that way Santos won't lose like clean to Rhett. So going over, shaking hands. We're 9 minutes away from halftime scores. 9 minutes away from halftime scores. Champion. Let's go. If Santos turns heel, poor Ray, he's been dumped by Dom and then dumped by Santa, said Harris. Lena said, what is your favorite cinematic match? Mine is the supermarket fight. Yeah, I agree. House of Horrors, Boneyards, bar fight. What's your favorite? Stone Cold and Booker T. Thought they're brilliant. I think what was so good about that is it just felt like a fight. It felt like a brawl. It had a few funny little moments in there, but it felt like something that they, you know, at that point, there obviously wasn't a pandemic or there wasn't a reason for it. They did it because they felt it would be a cool, credible, good thing to do. I think the reason why we were getting cinematic matches in 2020 is because we had no crowds. So it meant that, you know, there was we could do those matches. But I think the reason for doing them was not always the right reason. We were doing them because there was no crowd, so let's do them. And I think that also kind of meant that at times we would go a little too far with them. So I think I can find fault with pretty much all of the cinematic matches in 2020. The one that for me kind of, I don't think any of them were better than what we got between like Stone Cold and Booker T and that like little brawl thing. I mean, I don't even know if that counts because it wasn't really a match. It was just a brawl. But it was off-site and it obviously went for a while and I thought it was brilliant. Always pops up on like collections of like best moments, WWE. Seen it loads of times on loads of different like DVD sets. But yeah, if we was going to praise 2020, I would go with Boneyards. I would also have a bit of praise for the Money in the Bank match. The other one as well, the greatest match from Backlash. You know, the one between Randy and Edge. It's kind of cinematic because they changed like so much stuff in the edit. So they actually went back and redid some of the moves so they could get certain camera angles. It's not just one continuous match. It is edited. And again, you've got like commentators talking. And if you look at ringside, they're just sat there not talking, but you can hear them because they added commentary after. They basically did a match and then tweaked different bits and bobs and went back and redid bits and edited bits. And I don't think you can really count it as like a proper match in front of a live crowd. So that kind of falls in a very interesting place as well, like from a cinematic point of view. To the outside, top rope Inzaguri by Santos. Mount Rushmore of WWE, Nature Boy, Excellence of Execution, The Phenom, and The Rock. The Rattlesnake is a very close fifth, says Matt. Do you know what? I asked that question on Twitter. So I asked the question on Twitter, what is your Mount Rushmore of WWE? And I was amazed by the results. I was really honestly amazed because for me, I can't see any way that you do a Mount Rushmore of WWE. I'm not talking like just the wrestlers. I'm talking everyone. I can't see how you do that without having Vince in there. I don't know how you have a Mount Rushmore without Vince. And there was so many that was just... Perhaps people didn't quite get the question. But I had so many that was doing like Stone Cold, Hogan, Roman, Cena, Rock, all this kind of stuff. Like, how do you not have Vince? Surely you've got to. Surely, surely that's the first name you write down. Don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. If you was to do a Mount Rushmore, I suppose there's a difference between like the Mount Rushmore overall, like who it should be and who you want it to be. Like your personal favorites, I suppose, could be very different, couldn't they? We are at commercial break, by the way. So yeah, my list was Vince. Got to have Vince. I mean, everything he's done with WWE, you got to have Vince. Triple H. Got to have Triple H. I mean, not only for his wrestling and, you know, how long he's been with the company, DX, his singles run, world titles, main events. Not only that, but of course, his vision of NXT and everything he did with NXT. And now taking over creative after Vince. Like, I feel like that gets him onto the Mount Rushmore. Then I think Stone Cold, just because of the impact he had. Like, I mean, it's widely regarded he was the face of the Attitude Era, which was such an amazing period for WWE. One of their top merch sellers. So I went Stone Cold. And then I went Undertaker, because I think Undertaker's regarded as the greatest character. And I think that you've got the streak, you've got one of the most identifiable wrestlers of all time. I would imagine if you take the amount of merch Undertaker sold across his career, I don't know if that would put him ahead of Stone Cold, but Undertaker shifted a lot of merch, man. I mean, you know, he was selling merch like from 1990. He was selling like merch for like 6 years. Before we were getting Stone Cold and that character, and then obviously stuck around after, and I'm sure his merch was selling very well after Stone Cold retired. So I kind of feel like that's the best character, and he must have sold loads of merch and the streak and one of the most identifiable. I feel like if you used to ask most people about a wrestler, or if they'd heard of a wrestler, The Undertaker, I've got to think most people have heard of The Undertaker. Absolutely one of the most identifiable wrestlers of all time. Hard, though. Hard, because I was thinking of names like maybe Steph. I was thinking of names of like Bobby the Brain Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon. You know, you could maybe throw in an argument for Hulk Hogan or John Cena or The Rock, of course. The Rock absolutely would be in the conversation. Bruce Pritchard as well, backstage. Pat Patterson. Maybe Mean Gene Okerlund. I kind of thought it was quite interesting opening it up to like anyone. And maybe you go with Vince's dad, Vince Sr. You know, Vince Sr. was in charge of the company before Vince Jr., as he is. So, you know, maybe you go Vince. Then maybe you go Vince's dad. Maybe you go Triple H. Maybe you have a look at Linda, who did a lot behind the scenes. Or you go with Steph. Or maybe you go Stone Cold. Yeah, it's a tricky one. It was a good one. It's not one that I'd really thought of before. I like Doink versus Randy Savage back in the day, says Brandon. Let's go. My era, baby. I'm all about that 85, probably 84 to 94, that 10-year period. You know, I mean, 95, New Generation. Not sure, man. I mean, I watched it, of course, and I was enjoying what I was enjoying, but in retrospect, it's very easy to see that we go out of one era and we're not quite into the next one. So that kind of 95, 96. 96 was better, though. 97 was great. So, yeah, that 95 was a real lull. In the ring goes Santos. We are underway with this match, and we are at the halfway point, so we will be doing halftime scores. Seated senton by Ray, who goes against the ropes. Crossbody, down goes Santos Escobar. Santos goes down. So Ray colliding into Santos. Didn't look like the best crossbody, to be honest. Both guys are down. We've still got Jimmy causing trouble backstage. So, yeah, man, they're going off the rails here. This has really spiraled. Is this all because of the Michin slap? They are like a bit of a runaway train, aren't they? John Cena is on his way to the arena. Okay, Ray on his feet. Escobar over by the ropes. Just seems a little bit slow now. Since that kind of crossbody in the middle of the ring. Oh, kick coming in by Santos. That was good. Lovely super kick by Santos. Escobar is going against the ropes. Santos. Tope Suicida. Goes through the ropes, lands on Ray. Ray goes down. Delwyn says Edge versus Randy was so much fun. Bray versus Randy as well was crazy. Can you imagine if we do Dragon Lee against Ray and Santos and LDF in an LWO faction? Hang on. Dragon Lee versus Ray and Santos. So Dragon Lee versus Ray, Dragon Lee versus Santos. You would break Legado del Fantasma away from the LWO and you would do... How would we do that? So Ray, Dragon Lee, and we would need one more person. And then you have Santos and the other two guys, Del Toro and Phoenix, Joaquin Phoenix. Is that it? No. Wild. That's an actor, isn't it? Double knees by Escobar. Crowd a little quiet for this. Yeah, sadly not Joaquin Phoenix, although it would be great, wouldn't it? I think we can all agree Legado del Fantasma would be a lot better if he joined the group. Shots coming in by Rhett. Mitchell said Jimmy needs a mom call at this point. He needs a booty call. That's what he needs. Settle him down. He needs Naomi to pop in and just, you know, have a word quietly. Settle him down. He's got himself all kind of worked up, innit? Quite quiet, you know. I know I keep saying it, but it is. Head scissor takeover there. Hurricanrana by Santos. Santos looking at Ray. Ray sell him. I wonder if it's because these people sort of like both. You know, it's not really a red hot feud. We're just sort of watching two friends have a little grapple. We're just watching two friends have a little grapple. That's what we're doing. Shoulder up by Ray. This match continues. Something seems off. Something seems off. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know if when they did like that crossbody, they like got a little bit stunned or something, but something just seems a little bit not quite right. I think it's probably helped by the fact the crowd are all just sat there staring at the match like, not really making much noise. Yeah, let's see if we can get going, man, and pick up the pace a little when we return. Cena needs to bring back Dr. Thugonomics for the Bloodline. They should do a British World Order. Let's go. So with Andy, good idea. It would be the BWO though, wouldn't it? That'd be the only problem. King Yeti, what about George Hackenschmidt? King Yeti, shout out to you, my friend. What about George Hackenschmidt? What about George Hackenschmidt? Trying to remember what he was called. Can't remember if it was like the Russian Lion or something like that. I love that. I love that time in like the 1900s, and we have spoke about it before. But like Hackenschmidt, I think the champ was like Tom Jenkins, American, and then you had like Hackenschmidt as the European champion, and Hackenschmidt came over to face Jenkins, and I believe Hackenschmidt won. So it meant like the world champion was Hackenschmidt. And whilst he was over in America, that's when Frank Gotch challenges him, another American challenges him. And Hackenschmidt, I believe, was undefeated at this point. There is evidence of Hackenschmidt wrestling, I think, at the Royal Albert Hall. And beaten like some English opponents. So he had like face people, and then he went over and he beat some Americans, and then Frank Gotch came along, and those matches are so important in the history of wrestling. If you really want to get stuck into the history of wrestling, then like 1908 George Hackenschmidt against Frank Gotch, that is. They are widely regarded as, because that's where we're really finding out who the world champion is. We're talking about potentially the best from Europe taking on the best from America. And USA emerged. Gotcha picked up the win, but Hackenschmidt wasn't happy with it. I believe they did a rematch, and Gotch would win that as well. So certainly in that kind of early 1900s, before the NWA was even a thing, and certainly before WWE, that's probably where wrestling was. It's probably like as big as wrestling was. That's probably like what was leading the charge. Big crowd for that as well. I want to say that it was at like in Chicago, and like thousands and thousands of people went to see it. This wasn't just two guys in a field. This was a big deal. So, yeah, like Frank Gotch, Hackenschmidt. That would lead into like Ed Strangler Lewis in the 20s and the 30s. Then as you're getting into the 50s, you're going into like Gorgeous George. I'm interested in all of that. It's just hard though, because there's not really any footage, you know? So you're just having to like read about it. But I'm definitely here for a Hackenschmidt conversation if anyone knows any stuff about him. I'm always looking to learn. Santos up top, crossbody as Ray moves out the way. So King Yeti, shout out to you. Warms my heart seeing some of those names from the past. Big crossbody by Ray as Escobar is able to move out the way. Let's see if this has got a bit more momentum about it. We did miss halftime scores, and it's hard to know who to blame, to be honest. Could be my fault. Backbreaker, tilt-a-whirl backbreaker by Santos. 10 minutes already into the second half. That's gone by really quick, man. 10 minutes already have gone in the second half. Where's that gone? He's got Ray wrecked on his shoulders. He's running around with it. I think that's disrespectful, man. Drops him down. He's got him on his shoulders. He was like running around with him. Imagine if he'd gone all around the arena. That would have been fantastic. like a torture rack. Then he drops down to his knees. It looks sick, actually. When he drops down to his knees, like Ray kind of like shot over, sort of like delivered an F5 to himself. Crowds are starting to get into it. There was some interesting little moments there. Now we're seeing Santos and Ray exchanging a few words. Escobar throwing in a chop. Against the ropes goes Ray. Kick coming in. I think, did he block it? I couldn't tell. It looked like as Ray came off the ropes, he was bending down. 1, 2. Escobar kicks out. I think Escobar bent down so that Ray could go over the top. But he didn't. He ended up kicking. And I don't think Santos sold it. Yeah, kick comes in. Ray has to go back and then try a different move instead. So I think they're just a little off there. Little miscommunication. To the outside goes Ray. Throws in a shot. Escobar goes back to the corner. Zelina Vega watching on from ringside. Ray has got Santos. Crowd a little bit more noisy now. A little more noisy. Ray up top with Santos. Santos has got Ray on his shoulders. Elbows coming in by Ray. Shots coming in by Ray. Can Santos... It's going to be so disappointing if Street Profits do mess this up. Right now, we are in a weird position here. We've got Santos sat on the top. Why was Santos just sat there? Santos was just sat there, seemingly waiting for a move to be executed. Drop kick by Ray. Santos goes against the rope. 619. Santos catches the 619. I like it. He's got Ray. Up, he's looking for the Alabama slam. Turns it round. He's trying to drag Ray. Ray, though, has got Santos back into position. 619 connects this time. 619 connects. Santos goes down. Ray looking to finish off the job. He is limping. He's climbing up. Can he finish off Santos Escobar? Oh, he goes for the splash. Santos sits up. Back elbow. 1, 2. Kick out by Santos. Such a weird little move. So Santos moves out the way. Ray splashes the ring. Santos just gives a little back elbow. Roll through by Ray. Inside cradle, and Ray gets the win. Ray picks up the victory. Ray beats Santos in I've got to say, a weird little match. Like one of the strangest matches I've seen in a while. It felt at times like there was a little bit of miscommunication. It felt at times like the crowd were pretty dead. There were some nice little moments as well. I don't really get Santos just like kind of sitting on that top turnbuckle, just like looking up, just like waiting for Ray to deliver a move. Then Ray misses a splash because Santos has sat up and he just delivers a little elbow. Just a little elbow. And then like goes for the pin. And of course he gets like flipped over and countered and rolled up. He manages to get out of that, but then ends up getting rolled up again. There was that little miscommunication earlier where Ray came off the ropes and Santos bent down. And I mean, the crowd are enjoying it. There's definitely, it's not a disaster. It's not a disaster, but just a weird little match. Just a real strange little contest. Do you know what? It's a match where if it turned out Oh, here's the Street Profits. Street Profits attack. If it turned out that, like, Santos got knocked early and he was a bit rocked and he wasn't quite with it, not concussed, but just like, oh, I just don't feel good, I'd be like, I get it. I get it. I get it. I think it's Santos that just looked a little off. So, Street Profits, and thankfully, Street Profits attack, but it's kind of after the match, which I really appreciate. Bobby's come out. And he's got a big smile on his face. This is what Bobby wanted to see. Bobby applauds. That's all he wanted. Bobby attack him. Oof. We've got LWO trying to come down. Bobby just sticking out an elbow and boom, dealt with that situation. Dragon Lee is trying to get over the barricade. Dragon Lee's starting fights with everyone, man. Dragon Lee is starting fights with everyone. So LWO come down and they're attacked. And look at this. Bobby's loving it even more. Bobby's like, oh, yeah. Bobby's like a kid on Christmas morning. Seeing a bike-shaped present. Yeah. He is loving it. Street Profits jump over the top rope. They go over. They embrace Bobby. Boos are raining down. Boos are raining down. You killed him. Big smile on Bobby's face. Breaking news. Breaking news. The GOAT has landed. Breaking news. The GOAT has landed. What's this? Flipping NASA. What a weird way of saying John Cena has arrived. The GOAT has landed. Right, we've got a little thing for Raw. John Cena has landed. Was a goat on a plane? Says, yeah, it's you remember Snakes on a Plane? This is the follow up to that. Goats on a plane. Turning Street Profits heel has been a good thing, says El Sean. Juan said all they needed was to be heels, and that's it. Dragon Lee against Phoenix, says Mr. Quake. That's what Jimmy and Solo wanted. They need to stop attacking everyone. Scottish Nightmare said, please stop calling him the GOAT. Mitchell said, Bobby looks like he's trying to hide his superhero identity by putting glasses on. Maybe Bobby works at the Daily Planet in his spare time. Do you know what? I keep looking at him in that suit. I keep thinking he looks like an old man. His suit looks a little bit like a cardigan top. Just like, he's got his glasses on. He's got his little cardi on. I expect him to be backstage, like messing around with petunias or something. You know what I mean? Like repotting some plants. He looks, I keep looking at Bobby thinking he's got an allotment. I don't think that colour suit is really working for him. I think he could have a much better colour suit. I don't mind the glasses, but yeah, I am getting old man allotment vibes. A Fastlane told Kevin whose match it is. Huh? Days, what is your favourite cinematic match? Oh, we did that, buds. We boxed that off. Flying Goats, LeBron, Jordan, Kobe, and Cena, says Goat. 2024, yes. Yes. And Sully. Remember that guy that landed the plane on the Hudson? Go. Maybe that's not Bobby Lashley. Plot twist. Oh, let's go. It's Bobby's dad. It's Bobby's dad. Well, the GOAT has landed, so the excitement is definitely going to build. We got 40 minutes. 40 minutes, and we're sure to see John Cena, unless he's just landed and it's going to take him longer than 40 minutes to get to the building and he's going to arrive after the show's ended. That would be frustrating. But hopefully he makes it. Ray with a decent US title. It's Mr. Lashley's neighborhood. Do you want to be his neighbor, says Larry. Don't know what he'd be like as a neighbor, to be honest. Bit of heel, innit? I don't know if he's going to be too eager to lend you some sugar or milk or stuff like that, you know? But equally, if you had some trouble, having Bobby as a neighbor, that's not bad, is it? Mitchell said, I will not stand for this. How the heck do they know if Cena has landed when you can't see him? Well, perhaps they're aware of the plane that he was on and they can see the plane. So, ergo, maybe that's what he was flying. He was flying, ergo. There's Bobby's dad. Days is not a goat. I know, because I tried milking him once, says William. It is true. What's your favorite wrestler? Right now? Hard to say. I like Gunther, but he's not really involved in like too many compelling stories. I mean, even this with Tommaso is just really Tommaso shouting at him. I like Ilya. I like Gunther. I still hold high hopes for Sammy. LWO challenges Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits. At Fastlane, LWO challenge Bobby and the Street Profits. At Fastlane. So there we go. We've got another Fastlane match that's been made. I don't know what Santos was saying because he was speaking non-English. Jade Cargill, man. Now they're announcing, now they're talking about it on the flipping show. Already looks like a superhero. I can't wait to see Jade Cargill in action here in WWE. How strange. Can't believe how much of a big deal they're making out of her signing. So they're just showing like TMZ and all this kind of stuff. Fox News. Jade, the unit, Cargill, AEW. Take that, Tony. We've got one of yours, says Ernest. Is that what it is, do you reckon? Do you reckon it is like just... Is it that? Is it a middle finger up to AEW? We've got one of yours. See, I think that it's sending the wrong message. I think that it's very easy to know where Jade has come from. The ESPN article spoke about it a lot, AEW a lot. I think that it sends the message that AEW have got some seriously good talent. We've just gone and got one of them. But if I'm a wrestling fan that's never given AEW a chance, never watched them, WWE going crazy over a former AEW star makes me wonder who else have they got? Like, was that their only star? Was that the only good thing they had going on? Maybe I'd be inclined to check it out, and then I go, oh, I didn't know Bryan Danielson, Daniel Bryan was there. Dean Ambrose is there. I didn't know Dean Ambrose was there. Jericho. I would imagine that a lot of people know. But I just find it a bit strange that we're like going as crazy over this as what we have. Mitchell said, how do they know Cena got on the plane if you can't see him? Did they just see a random floating suitcase with Cena's name on it boarding? Well, there was a floating boarding pass that had to be checked. And a lot of panic. But I think eventually they established that it was John Cena getting on the flight, yes. Here is Charlotte Flair. They mentioned Jade, so she must be keeping her name and it won't be changed, says Larry. It's her. Is it her name? I think it's her name, isn't it? That's her name. Yeah, so they can't change it. Although, well, WWE could change it. You are absolutely right. And actually, WWE would be wise to change it. It's a really good point, actually. Because that is her name and she can use it. I wonder if they are going to have her use it so that if you search for Jade Cargill, it brings up WWE and not AEW. So basically, you're pushing all the AEW Jade Cargill stuff like well out of the top end of the search. Don't know. If she leaves, though, and she takes that name, that's valuable, isn't it? Charlotte Bailey coming up. Yeah, yeah, tricky. That's a good one. That's a good one. We've got a vehicle screeching its way in. Is this the goats? Lots of cheering. It is the goats. A goat just got out of a car. John Cena just walks through. The security guard didn't really check it. The security guard couldn't see him. Right. Charlotte versus Bailey. Let's go. Goats in the house, baby. Goats. Goat has arrived. Goat has arrived. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. A question came in and I just saw about Cora Jade changing her name. Cora Jade's real name is Brianna Coda. So her Cora Jade name is a WWE name by the looks of it. So that name could change if they so wanted. But if she was to leave, I think she wouldn't be able to use the Cora Jade name. My guess is that's a name that WWE own. Chastity Plum said 7. Green Beans, LA Knight for US Champ said 7. Is Charlotte dressed as a goat? No, she was in yellow. I don't think I've seen yellow goats. Is LA Knight Cena's partner? Believe so. He's just got out with some sort of contract by the looks of it. Jay said 6. Hayden said 7. Al Sean said 6.5. Bailey's backside is the goat, says Chris. Marty with a 0. Seth freaking Roland said 6.5. Harith says 7. John Cena not driving a Honda, said Zoom Station. PJ said 7. Shaquem said 6. Mr. Tar Heel fan said 7.5. Greg with an 8. Savage INC said, I just tuned in. I was watching Green Bay Detroit game and I am sad. Michael with a 7. Zokiller said, I missed the beginning. It's been all right. It's been so-so. 8. We got some high scores, though. There are lots of 7s and 8s. Seems like people are enjoying it. Zachary with a 7. Savage said, I give it a 10. 9 from April and Greg. 7 from Leonard. We've got an 8 from Michael. 6 from Trafford. 7 from Stephen. 7 from Reyes. 7.5 from Mr. Tahil fan. 6 from Trafford. 7 from Scottish Nightmare. People's Wrestling Channel says, well, at least Bloodline are on SmackDown, so 5. 7 from Hayden. 7 says Smurfy Tunes. Yeah, I think it's a tricky one, this. Mitchell says 6. I think it's a tricky one. I mean, I like what we're doing with Jimmy. I didn't think that the Grayson Waller segment really delivered much. I thought the Ray match was a little bit strange. I thought the Jimmy match was quite short against... did he even face? Did he face anyone? No, the Austin match, I mean, was quite short. Him against Cameron Grimes. I don't think there's really been, like, in-ring that's really grabbed me this week. I found the Ray match a bit weird. It sort of felt like Santos was just a bit off for some reason. So, but there's been some all right stuff. I don't think this show it's been all right. I'm in the 6s, definitely. 6.25, yeah, I agree. I think it's been all right. Oh, hello. But we've still got half an hour and a goat to go. We're seeing Pretty Deadly going through their paces as Elton reaches to try and make that tag. Elton desperately trying to pick up a chair. He's trying to learn how to be a heel again. He's trying to use the chair. He's trying to poke people in the eyes. Elton's wheelchair is going. Get your shirt now. Hashtag Elton Strong t-shirt available now. We got inspirational music. He's doing it, look. He's standing up, even though it was a shoulder injury. Right in the eyes! Ah! He's using the chair well. He's rising up to his feet. Taking a step forward as well. Tag being made. Yes, boy! Again, it was a shoulder injury that he suffered. There's Brawling Brutes watching on. I wish you had broken his leg, says Butch to Ridge. I wish you had broken his leg. Okay, so that was all right. They're in the kind of position on the card where you can do that sort of stuff with them. They're the joke tag team. Watching the Brawling Brutes expression as they're watching that is fun. Here's Damage Control. Damage Control making their way out. EO. Dakota. Of course, coming down to show support to Bailey. So, Charlotte versus Bailey. That match coming up next. Can jump into the chat, actually, ask the question, who's going to win? Charlotte. Bailey. Who wins? Bailey jumping into the ring. This should be fun, man. This should be fun. I mean, this could be a flipping WrestleMania main event, this right here. If you built the story right, good creative and everything, no reason why this couldn't main event night 1 of WrestleMania. Charlotte's got a question first. What's happened to you? You're one of the 4 horsewomen? Looks like you're happy being on the sidelines. That's good, isn't it? You're a stepping stone. You're a stepping stone whilst this is goodbye, Charlotte. Right now, you're just in my way. So Charlotte says, after I beat you, I'm going to challenge EO for the championship at Fastlane. I like that from Charlotte. I like her asking the question of what's happened to you. What's happened to you? You're one of the 4 horsewomen. Now you're just like standing in the background, like carrying EO's title for her. Like, come on. Kick coming in there by Bailey. Those white brawling brute jerseys are $41.99 with discount. Charlotte looks like she's forgot her gear, so they've given her random ones that they've got laying around. It is different, isn't it? It is different ring gear. I'm not sure how I feel about the CF on the front. I don't mind it on her boots. I'm not sure how I feel about it on the front of her gear. Certainly the back of the gear's not leaving much to the imagination, is it, boys? Hey? Yes, boy! Just saying. Just keeping it real. Bailey can hug me any day, says Mitchell. But any plans to live stream Collision in the future? No. We won't ever do Collision because it's on a Saturday. So, you know, we're competing against WWE. So at least once a month, we've got to do a WWE premium live event. Once a month, we've got a UFC show. So that, and then dotted throughout the year, there are massive boxing fights as well. I mean, all that means is that if we did do Collision, it would be like once in a blue moon. And even then, it's not worth it, is it? 'Cause we can't keep up with storylines if you're just going to do it like once, even once a month, which would be the absolute most that I would be able to do. That would be like 12 times a year. So it's just not worth doing. Plus, I mean, the amount of views it gets, I think it's like 400,000, you know? I mean, there's about 3,000 people that join us for NXT, 4,000, and that does like 600,000 views. So it says to me that if we did Collision, we'd probably be struggling to get to 3,000 views. So from a I think an amount of people that watch it point of view, from the fact it's on a Saturday point of view, the fact there are way bigger streams that the community would rather us be doing, there's just no way. There's just no way. Unless they're going to move it. Greggy said Collision doesn't have storylines. You don't have to worry. L. Leon said Damage Control's theme song sounds like The Rock's theme song. We need a Code Red, a random float-in wearing John Cena shirt, has run through security, put the backstage on lockdown, says Bembo. I would imagine they're used to it now backstage. They've probably seen it quite a few times, the old floating John Cena shirt and cap and wristbands and jorts. But seemingly no one wearing them. Pretty sad on Tuesday. Tony had to pay for several AEW commercials to air on NXT. Oh, did he? WWE premium live events are on a Saturday, said Scottish Nightmare. All the women on NXT wear revealing attire. Breaking news. Right, we are about to go back to the action. We've only got 20 minutes to go, you know. It's about 20 minutes left to go here. So we are returning as Charlotte climbs up. John Cena is expected. Crossbody down goes Bailey, Charlotte's shouting out. Io on the outside, looking a little bit pained. If Charlotte gets past Bailey, it seems like she wants to get at Io. Another chop coming in there by Charlotte. And again. Charlotte throwing in one more. Bailey goes down. Bailey against the ropes. Crossbody. She gets caught by Charlotte. Charlotte throws Bailey. Kip up by Charlotte. I don't want to see Charlotte just dominate Bailey. We know that Bailey's a great wrestler. Clothesline. Bailey goes down. 1, 2. I suppose if Charlotte does just destroy Bailey, you could maybe make the argument that she's got soft. Being in the background has meant that she's lost that edge. Apparently she had some nice moments during the commercial break. Right now, Bailey trying to get back into it. Charlotte holding on to that top rope. Bailey, no joy. Down she goes. Charlotte, middle of the ring, looking for the figure 8, stepping through. Oh, actually, no. Instead, she works the leg. Bailey, in a bit of pain, getting over to the ropes. Kick coming in there by Charlotte. Bailey goes down to her knees. Bailey hobbling over by the ropes as Charlotte charges over. Big boot there by Bailey. Big boot by Charlotte. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Why does Charlotte's ring gear look like she could play in the Lingerie Football League? She could play in the Lingerie Football League. Now, you want to talk about watch-alongs? I don't know when the Lingerie Football League starts, but I did dedicate a whole channel to the Premier League. It's not out of the realms of possibility. Pervs and simps have got to unite somewhere. Where better than on this channel? Bailey is back in control now. Dakota and Io on the outsides. Enjoying it as Bailey continues. Goes for the cover. 2. Shoulder up by Charlotte. Bailey screams out. Bailey getting back up to her feet. She looks over at Io and Dakota. Shot coming in by Bailey. Charlotte goes down to one knee. Another shot coming in by Bailey. Bailey does the strut and the woo. Another chop there by Bailey. Throwing them in. I like to see this. I like to see her coming back here. She's getting... speared. That's what she's getting. She was getting some momentum, but she's speared. And she loses. Bailey loses. Disappointing, to be honest, Bailey losing there. Just as she was really getting some momentum. Spear. And she loses. 1, 2, 3. Charlotte says that she'll be coming after Io if she gets the win. So I'm guessing this could be another match made. So Bailey defeated. She's on the outside of the ring. Bailey grabs a microphone. Stupid idiots. Charlotte. Tonight I said I would end you, and that is exactly what we're going to do. So Charlotte wins. Damage Control are looking to attack Charlotte. Who's going to come and make the save? Is it Shotzi? Is that Shotzi's music? Asuka's music. Has she been doing that? I heard a voice. I didn't know Asuka's music started with a voice. I agree. I agree. Great point made by Asuka. No face paint by Asuka. If you want a triple threat match, so Bailey's just put her in a... Huh, what? Yeah, so Io's not best pleased with that. Why? I don't understand why she's just made that. Io's not happy about it at all. John Cena is going to call out the bloodline. Cena walking around backstage. Cena heading towards the ring. We got 15 minutes left to go. Anyone else think that was just a weird way to get to that match? Asuka came down, started shouting something in Japanese that I'm fairly confident Bailey didn't have a clue what she was saying. And then Bailey's like, if you want to have a triple threat match, you've got it. She might not have been saying that. She might not have been saying that at all. She might have been saying, I want to join Damage Control. She might be saying, I'm so excited for this Charlotte versus Io match. Does anyone know where I can get tickets? She might have been saying that. Does anyone know where I can get front row tickets? What a wonderful match this is going to be. And then Bailey's gone, if you want a triple threat, you can have a triple threat. Well, there we go. Triple H, book him. Let's go. How can you see Cena days? Are you using special glasses? I got contact lenses, mate. I paid extra. I have to pay an extra £100 a month so that I can see John Cena. Wrestle with Andy said next week Bailey will be booking tag team matches and putting Asuka in one-on-one matches with The Undertaker. Bailey Long. Let's go. Last week, the blue brand ended with Cena on his back with Rikishi's kids standing tall. What has the GOAT got planned, said Ernest. LA Knight would be rather anticlimactic if it's him, says Scottish Nightmare. Smurf Toon said Charlotte looks like a giant bottle of mustard. That's what I got from Asuka. Oh, nice. A giant bottle of mustard. Miscommunication by Damage Control, says Harris. Bailey's like, I want to talk to a manager. Bailey's like, I am the manager. Here's a match done. I mean, who knew that she even had that authority? But fair play. Maybe Bailey was asking, would you rather, says John. What did Asuka say? Does anyone know? Don't speak Japanese. Who's the better booker, Triple H or Sean, says Max. Good question, that is. It's a good question. I mean, it's very difficult because I would say that I would say this is not the best era of NXT, but it's a very good era. So that would make me lean towards saying Triple H. But I think, to be honest, the reason why it was a better era was because we had better talent. We're having to use talent that's having to learn how to wrestle during this era, whereas Triple H had people ready-made from the indies. We have a lot less indie talent in NXT now, so I would say that the era I enjoyed more was the Triple H era, and he's doing a good job on the main roster as well. But Sean is doing very good with the wrestlers that are at his disposal. So I would say that they're both good, actually. I'd say they're both good. But I would just lean Triple H at the moment. Let's say we've not seen quite enough of Sean yet. So maybe as NXT keeps going and we see how he's booking, like, you know, more kind of indie talent. Next week, Judgment Day are going to be on SmackDown. So the Judgment Day are coming over. Dragon Lee is going to be taking on Austin Theory next week as well. So we are getting some of this NXT talent onto Raw and SmackDown. Time for John Cena! The GOATs! John Cena sucks. Not really, but he does still suck. People love John now. Went through such a period of like people having mixed feelings about him, but absence makes the heart grow fonder, doesn't it? And people love him. He gets nothing but great reactions, like at Money in the Bank. I don't begrudge it him at all. He is a massive, massive star. Massive star. One of the biggest WWE ever managed to bring through. And that star power. Everything that he did. All those moments that he gave. It's good to see them finally being appreciated by everyone. So, John Cena in the ring. Mitchell said, I translated it as either Asuka letting them know the GOAT had landed or Asuka was fearing for her life. Let's go. Perhaps both. Perhaps she's scared of John because she can't see him, so she was fearing for her life, but also letting us know that he had landed. Well, John is in the ring. I hear you out there, says John. I hear you. Cena, 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 Cena chants, loud Cena chants. I hear you and I know that you hear me. I hear you, John. Last week. I said that I came back to compete and that I want a match. But the Bloodline didn't take too kindly to that. Last week, they left me knocked out. But they also left me with this. This is what I asked for. A signed contract for a match against the Bloodline at Fastlane. He got it. He got it. So he got what he wanted. Signed contracts. There's a big problem. I don't have a partner. Do it alone, John. Do it alone. Go on, John. You can do it by yourself, mate. Now, have a choice. It's got a choice. Nah, don't do that. Don't rip up the contract. Don't do that, John. Or I can stand and fight. Yeah, do that. What choice do you think the man who wears a shirt that says never give up is going to make? I will honor this contract, says John. If I don't find a partner by Fastlane, I will fight the Bloodline by myself. Here is Jimmy Uso. Perhaps Jimmy Uso will be his partner. Just like switching teams. Jimmy can be on the outside. Whoever tags him, he'll come in and fight for him. King Yeti said, I can hear him, but I can't see him. Here is... Did you not just see what we did in the back? If you team up with John Cena, you're going to be got. John, who's going to be the partner? I'm expecting LA. You're not making it to Fastlane. Elbow by Cena to Jimmy Uso. Jimmy Uso goes to the outside. Solo stares at John. Solo on the edge of the ring, staring at John Cena. This is pretty sick, man. Solo Sikoa against Cena one-on-one. This is pretty sick, isn't it? This is pretty sick. Give me this. Give me this. They've done so well with Solo to build him up. No! Oh, lovely. I was worried he was just about to AA him there in like 0 seconds flat. Jimmy collides into Cena. Solo charging over, collides into Cena. This is very reminiscent of last week. Someone might have to come down. The table is set for someone to make their feelings and presence felt. Cena rolls to the outside. Bloodline stripping the commentary table. Jimmy has got Cena on the commentary table. Richard said, where is Roman? He's coming back next month, apparently, but taking a break. Oh, hello. Solo wants to get involved. Solo telling Jimmy, get back down. Solo climbing up the steps. Cena is on that commentary table. Solo climbing up. LA Knight's music hits. It is going to be LA Knight. LA Knight, who wasn't around last week, is coming down, going after Solo. Clothesline to Jimmy. LA Knight in the ring, saving Cena. A new partner has been found. A golden opportunity. Nice net breaker there by LA Knight. A golden opportunity for LA Knight. It was the name that was reported last week. LA Knight comes down. He's going to find himself in a high-profile match, teaming with John Cena. This guy has gone from not getting on premium live event cards to now being John Cena's tag partner. Out goes Jimmy, out goes Solo. Cena staring at LA Knight. These two looking at each other. LA Knight grabbing the contracts. Grabbing the contracts, signing the contracts. Cena has got a partner. Well, hang on, Cena. You don't know what he signed yet. Might be 3-on-1 now. You might want to just open that up, John, and just have a quick double check. Things might have got worse. So a week from tomorrow, it's going to be LA Knight and John Cena taking on the Bloodline. Crowds reacted as you would expect. Big pop for LA Knight. It was the name we were expecting. It's the name everyone was expecting. It was rumored last week, but to see that he has recovered from COVID and that it is actually happening is clearly a big moment. Clearly a big moment. So there we go. John Cena in the ring holding up that contract. LA Knight is going to be John Cena's partner. I haven't seen anyone wrestle in Timberlands since JTG, said NYC Manowar. John Cena, LA Knight, Fastlane. Cena is happy. He's now got LA Knight's autograph, said King Yeti. That's all he wanted. He wasn't after a partner. He just really wanted to try and come back and get LA Knight's autograph. I agree. All of you guys are getting jealous, says Harith. Are you jealous y'all aren't getting spotlight in the ring? El Leon said, how can Cena be a huge actor in Hollywood if no one can see him? I knew LA Knight would team up with Cena. I love it. LA Knight is the best choice for the match. But LA Knight teaming in with a flying goat. Goat said, it shocked me, honestly. I've been too busy for social media lately. Okay. Well, it was the name that was expected. It was the one that was reported. If it has kind of hit you completely by surprise, that's only a good thing, isn't it? You know, we live in a world where I wish it was more that way for all of us, to be honest. But it is the big talking point. Richard said, did you hear that CM Punk said he's free for the next 2 months? Survivor Series is in Chicago. Do you think Punk was saying he was going to be there? If you want my honest thoughts are I think it's Punk trolling. I think it's Punk knowing that he can kind of tease AEW a bit by implying that it's 2 months away from Survivor Series. I mean, to be honest, Punk only got released like the other week. So is Punk going to have made his mind that he's going back and had conversations and signed a contract and done all of that in that short space of time? Like, I wouldn't think so. So I don't think anything has been signed. And actually, there's reports that there's plenty in WWE that don't want him back. And I don't even know if CM Punk really wants to go back. So I take it as nothing more than social media trolling. And but it is true that Survivor Series is in Chicago. So it is true that there is definitely an opportunity there if both sides could come together and reach an agreement. But yeah, I've said from the start, it's not one that I expect. It's not one that I think is going to happen. And I think that it was a bit of trolling from CM Punk, to be honest. Richard said, I thought it was going to be Randy tonight as his partner. When is Randy returning? We don't know when Randy's returning because Randy is injured and it's a serious injury and he's been out since last May. So we don't actually know when Randy's going to return, if and when. So he has been seen at the Performance Center, but we keep saying like that could mean anything. It doesn't mean that he's even working on coming back in ring. It could be that he's there to see the doctors, because they have got like a medical team that are based there as well, I understand. So yeah, I think you've got to just kind of play the waiting game for Randy. It could be that he's set his sights on returning at something like Survivor Series, and like maybe they're just like got a plan in place to work towards him being a mystery partner for like Survivor Series or something. Or maybe they've got a time frame where they're trying to get him back for the Rumble. Or maybe there's no time frame at all. So it's it's one of those where you kind of have to take it with a pinch of salt. I didn't know that Punk and WWE can't come to a temporary arrangement. It's better for both sides to stay far from each other, says Trini. Right, I'm going to do a super quick video because this is big news, isn't it? Big news coming out of this week's SmackDown. The show has ended with John Cena being attacked once again by Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa. But of course, he was talking about having to fight on his own if he couldn't find a partner. And this image on screen tells you everything you need to know. John Cena certainly has found a partner, certainly has found someone that has signed that contract and added themselves to the match at Fastlane, making it now a tag match. It's going to be John Cena and LA Knight taking on Solo Sikoa and Jimmy Uso. This was reported last week. We did mention it last week. But it's one of those where LA Knight had got COVID. That's why we didn't see him last week. Seems like he's now fully recovered from that. So him coming down, making the save, adding himself to that match. There's going to be a lot of relief for LA Knight fans, because this would have been really disappointing if this opportunity had passed him by. The opportunity to be in a tag team with John Cena. That's not an opportunity that comes around very often. So, yeah, this would have been a disappointing one if it had passed him by. But he was able to make the appearance this week, sign the contract, and now the match is made. It's going to be a big match as well. That's definitely going to be one that's going to have plenty of people's attention. There's a lot of love out there for LA Knight, as you see in those reactions. His rise this year has been one of the real highlights of the year, if you will. Watching how he's gone from like not even getting on the show to now getting to the point where he's teaming with John Cena. So he saves them from the bloodline and adds himself to Fastlane. Match. Boom. Days say Edge did go to AEW. Would that be bigger? What? Are you asking if Edge going to AEW is bigger than CM Punk going to WWE? I think that CM Punk to WWE would be bigger because I think CM Punk's that's interesting. Is he a bigger name than Edge? That's hard, isn't it? It's kind of hard to gauge. I wouldn't even know how to gauge that. I feel like CM Punk has had a lot more controversy around him and has been part of conversation a lot more. So I think him being away from WWE since 2014 and going back, that strikes me as a bigger story than, you know, to be honest, Edge going to AEW or CM Punk going to WWE. If both stories drop on the same day, what story is the one you're going to talk about? What's the one that's the bigger story? I think it's the CM Punk story that's bigger because you've got so much history there and you've got so much to talk about there with, like, how's he going to work with Triple H? How did this come together? How did he change his mind? We know that there was the letter that got sent during his wedding. Like, there's a lot there, more than just Edge going to AEW. So I would say that CM Punk would be the bigger story. But both would be massive. I mean, if I had to do a thumbnail, I'd have to do it like a 50-50 thing. Both would be massive. You would have to make sure that you're touching on both, to be honest. Right, get in your thoughts. Just chuck that quick little video up for anyone that wasn't watching SmackDown. I think there was a football game on, wasn't there? So there'll be some people maybe that aren't aware of the news that might be aware of the news now. So that's up. Let's go and put the poll up. We'll get a few final comments. Then we'll all go our separate ways. So WWE Smackdown score. Lovely. CM Punk coming back. Imagine how many lapsed viewers that would bring. Getting nostalgia vibes, said Big Time. CM Punk would be incredibly shocking, but it would never happen, says Mold Jam. Punk convinced Triple H had a lot of controversy throughout those years. I agree. Harry said, I don't understand why people still look up to Punk. Why would people not look up to Punk? That's an interesting conversation, isn't it? Why would people not look up to Punk? What theme would he come out to? Oh, he'd come out to Living Colour, wouldn't he? I mean, he had that in WWE. What football game? Oh, someone said they were just watching a football game and they were late joining us, so I'm under the impression there was one tonight. Not football as in soccer, I mean like American football. Stay safe out there, said Shazam. Yeah, I've put the poll up so people can get in their thoughts and vote away. we've got, we'll stick around for a couple of minutes. We'll get a few final thoughts, and then, as said, run off and do a few other bits. Jason said, I'm fairly convinced that WWE and AEW have been working together. Edge and Punk are talent swaps. Can't Stop, Won't Stop said, people still look up to HBK, and he did far worse than Punk. Hagen-Dazs said, CM Punk sucks, though. How many beanies do you have? Not enough, to be honest. Do you know what? I've got 2 good ones. That's it. I do have other ones. Like, I've got another one here, but they're... Every time I put them on, they just keep, like, slipping off my head. I don't know if I've got, like, an exceptionally large head, but I've got a few that I put on, and they just keep slipping off, so it's a bit difficult to find ones that, like, fit quite well. Big Time said, CM Punk was the sole reason AEW got super hot. WWE was against the wall, not knowing where fans were going to gravitate towards. Don't compare HBK to CM Punk. They're in different realms of talent. Legend Killer, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Samantha said, what's the deal with Roman taking so much time off? At least he's got to cut a promo once in a while as a champ, said Samantha. Well, there was a report around WrestleMania time that he would be taking an extended period of time off. Like, if you're a star Roman-sized, the ball is so in your court. I mean, could you imagine if Roman went to AEW, right? So... you know, he is a big asset for WWE. He has been a big... think of all the TV time and everything they've invested in Roman. So he's sitting pretty, man. You know, if he wants to take a month or 2 off, you know, who's going to stop him? The ball is in his court. You know, they are trying to accommodate him so that they can keep him around as long as possible. You want to spend time with your family and watch kids grow up? That's fine. You need 2 months off? That's fine. That's that. No problem, Mr. Roman Reigns. No problem at all. Please stay with us, though, yeah? We need you for WrestleManias and SummerSlams. And like, if we can just get you like X amount of times a year, that would be, yeah, is that possible? Yeah. Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Roman Reigns. Thank you. So the ball's just in his court, you know? The ball's in his court. And that's what happens when you get to that kind of a level. It's you see it happen quite a lot. Someone like John Cena, though, I mean, you got to say respect to John Cena. Like, he really did like ride it, and was he did start to do like a reduced schedule, kind of around the time that he started facing Bray and all of that, about 8 years ago or so. Started to see him then slip to a reduced schedule, but for the longest time he was working a full-time schedule. I think he really tried to get the most out of his wrestling career. And then as he could tell that he'd had a good run on top, whatever, and Hollywood was making a bit more noise, then, you know, he started to turn his attention in that direction. But the same thing happened with The Rock, who went off to Hollywood. Cena went off to Hollywood. They all end up going to Hollywood. Flipping Hogan went to Hollywood. Doing, like, you know, Mr. Nanny, Suburban Commando, Thunder in Paradise, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, Roman hasn't necessarily done Hollywood, although he wasn't he in, like, Hobson Shaw or something? I'm sure there's been lots of offers, but I think it's more being there for his family, you know? With Styles, Becky, Drew, Sheamus deal expiring in mid-2024, according to Fightful, can WWE afford another Edge situation of keeping them on their toes? I think that... Becky, no way you let Becky go. Styles, I think they haven't done loads with Styles though, have they? Styles, I think you I don't think it would be too I don't think it would be too difficult to keep Styles. I think Styles has got a family. I think he loves wrestling, but I could see Styles taking the money and staying with WWE as long as they give him some assurances. I don't think Styles is going to drag him over the coals for like a crazy contract. And I don't know. I mean, is Styles like desperate to get in with Ricky Starks and whatever? I mean, he's already been in the ring with a few of the top names that are in AEW anyway. So I don't even know if there's like big dream matches for him over there. Creative freedom might be nice, but if WWE give him a big enough check, I don't know, he might just go where the money talks, you know, to be honest. If AEW end up giving him a bigger offer, he might just end up going. Becky, I think you move mountains to keep Becky. Becky is, you know, serious. I mean, she's probably the biggest female you've got. You move mountains to keep Becky. Drew and Sheamus are interesting, aren't they? Because, I mean, Sheamus, they're both getting on TV, but they're not really, I mean, Sheamus, I don't think he's going to be around the title picture in the foreseeable future. If he went over to AEW, he'd give him a boost, but how old is he? He's 45. He's 45. I mean, what are you going to get out of Sheamus at the age of 45? You could tie him to a 2-year contract or whatever. I mean, he's probably getting to the point in his career where he might start getting injuries now. Sheamus ain't got long, has he? Let's be honest. He ain't got long left. I mean, 5 years, he'll be 50. He loves it though, doesn't he? Again, how hard will it be to keep Sheamus? I don't know. Sheamus is interesting because I don't think I'd get into a bidding war over Sheamus. I'd give him a fair offer and a fair contract. But I don't think I'd get into a big bidding war. If he ended up going over to AEW, I think I could live with it. At the age of 45, they'll get a few years out of him. And they could be some big years, you know. But Sheamus ain't Edge. And he ain't CM Punk. And he ain't Becky. So Sheamus is an interesting one. What about Drew as well? Drew's not too dissimilar to Sheamus. How old is Drew McIntyre now? McIntyre. 38. Different, actually. Different kettle of fish there. So if Sheamus is 45 and Drew's 38, that says that Drew's got a lot left in the tank. Another 7 years, and he'll be where Sheamus is now. So I would be feeling a bit different about Drew. Drew is someone that's still not around the title picture for me at the moment, but he could get back there, and he has been there, just like Sheamus has. But as I said, Sheamus at 45, you got to start thinking about injuries, and you got to start thinking about that 50 kind of years old kind of, is he really going to go much beyond that? So, yeah, interesting. Sheamus is not that old. He's 45. If you are 50 or more, you're starting to get past your time in your career. I would say once you're getting into your mid-45s, you're getting into the twilight of your career. You know, I mean, you've got to think there's all this talent that's coming through that's like in their 20s that you could be investing in, you know, that's going to give you 20 years. Whereas Sheamus, I mean, you just don't see that many wrestlers going into their 50s. You don't see that many wrestlers making it into their late 40s because the thing is, your body, certainly you would think Sheamus's body as well. You'd think his body has took quite a bit of punishment in all the years and years of matches, like all the thousands of matches he must have had. For him to still be out there, like having banger after banger is amazing. But fast forward a couple of years, I genuinely don't know where he will be and if he'll still be physically in the same place or if he will have slowed down. We see it in UFC and we see it in wrestling as well. Like people do start slowing down. They start, the timing just starts to get off. The body starts to pick up more injuries. Like, I don't know, once you start to get to that mid-40s range, I think that it's fair to at that point start be having questions about how much longer has this person got left. I mean, you are speculating because everyone's different and you never quite know. But don't know. I think it's a different conversation if someone's in their 30s to someone's in their 40s. I don't think AEW would get as much out of Sheamus as they would out of Drew, for example. Sheamus is out with a bad shoulder. There's no words on when he'll be back, been out since that match with Edge. Okay. So he's been, missing since August. That match was like mid-August, wasn't it? So he's out with a bad shoulder at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that, proves my point. I'm not going to say that because injuries happen. But all I'm going to say is that as you get older, your body, obviously, your bones, your muscles, everything deteriorates. Everything, aging is a real thing. And I just think at the age of 45, with all the punishment that he's been through, I think he's a great wrestler. He's someone that you'd want to keep. I'm not saying you release him. I'm saying give him a fair contract offer. Give him a good contract. He deserves to stay. But I ain't fighting to keep Sheamus the same way that I'm fighting to keep Becky. They're very different conversations for me. Very different conversations. Just, I don't even know if Sheamus would want to go. I'd have no idea. I'm sure if he was to leave, that AEW would be interested, and rightfully so. And I think they'd get a good few years out of him. But is he going to really move the dial like an Edge would move the dial, or Mercedes would move the dial, or CM Punk move the dial, or Daniel Bryan move the dial? Like, is a Sheamus going to move the dial, or is he going to be another Miro? Is he going to be another Malachi Black? I feel like he's a bigger star than those, but I don't feel like he's a CM Punk, or I don't feel like he's a Daniel Bryan. So, yeah, it's a really interesting one, that, though. Really interesting. Would Cody have a chance against Roman, says Fishing Lips. Would Cody have a chance against Roman? Yeah, he would. He would. Bryan Danielson in AEW has suffered more injuries in AEW in the past few years. Michael said, I could see Sheamus going to AEW. He's in great shape. Kashawn said, what do you rate the show tonight? I thought it was all right. I thought it was fine. Acceptable. I didn't think it was anything spectacular. I thought the LA Knight reveal was pretty obvious for those of us that had heard that news. He was the front runner. I would have been a lot more surprised had it have been someone that wasn't LA Knight. So as soon as Cena was being set up for being beaten down, who's going to be his partner, then it was a case of like, well, this is either LA Knight or it's going to be one hell of a surprise. And then it turned out to be LA Knight. So that was fine. Confirmed that he's back from COVID. So we got that information. Definitely a big story. Did a little separate video on it. Pleased for him as well. It's a big opportunity. I thought Charlotte and Bayley was okay, but I would have liked a bit more in there for Bayley. I thought she got dealt with relatively comfortably by Charlotte. If they were to have it was time, wasn't it? It was time. They only had so much time to work with. We had to fit in the Cena thing. So, if they were to have a pay-per-view match, I'm sure it would be a banger, and I'm sure it'd be a bit different. But, it kind of felt relatively comfortable for Charlotte. And Street Profits thing was okay. Okay. I thought the Grayson Waller show was okay. I thought the Ray Santos match was okay. It was a bit off, actually. If I'm going to be brutally honest, something seemed wrong. Something seemed off. They didn't seem to be, flowing. Didn't have the right flow. It got a bit stuck in a few places. Crowd were a bit quiet. So, I don't know. There was stuff on the show. Definitely worth a watch. So, I'm probably about a 6.25. I don't think my score really moved, to be honest. It's fine. I mean, for me, the 6s are, fine. Solid. Bordering on good. 7s, that was good. That was good. 8s are wow. I mean, wow. That is great. That is wow. 7, 7, 5, 8. That's where we are in that. 9s, we're talking all time. All time. Now, if you're in the 9s, we're talking about one of the best shows we've ever seen. Certainly one of the best shows of the year, but one of the best shows we've ever seen. So, the 9s are very rare. 8s are quite rare, in all fairness. We're normally in the 6s and the 7s. 5 would be below average. And then, really, I don't really ever differentiate between the 4s and the 3s and ever. We rarely get down there, but that's when something's bad. really bad. Like, oh God, this was bad. I mean, really, for a show to be bad, you're really struggling to find anything you enjoyed. With this week's show, I can say that the LA Knight moment was fine. Bailey Charlotte was fine. Jimmy losing his mind backstage was good. So, you know, there was plenty of stuff throughout the show that meant that it was solid and kept me entertained. So, yeah, around about 6.25, 6.5, something like that. Richard said, I can't wait for Jade Cargill versus Rhea Ripley. That will be a banger. Will you do a watch along for SummerSlam 2000? Well, no, I mean, retro watch alongs can be fun and people do join us for them, but they are also very much like if there's like, I don't know what else to do. Whereas this weekend, we're not struggling, are we? We are back tomorrow with No Mercy, NXT show, big NXT show. Becky on that card, of course. And then we're back on Sunday with Wrestle Dream. So 2 big shows coming up this weekend. And hopefully I'll see you guys for that. Big Time said, we have surpassed on a calendar year of AEW doing 1 million in views just one time. Yeah, they need an injection. And if Edge goes, that could be it. So this is why I keep repeating myself. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. If Edge was to go there, why WWE did not move mountains. But as has been said before, you know, I mean, Daniel Bryan ended up going. And there was no way that WWE could seemingly stop that. So maybe it's the same situation with Edge. Yeah. You know, if he has looked at it and gone, I really want to work with Kenny Omega before I retire. I really want to work with Switchblade Jay White. I really want to work with Ricky Starks. There's not really much you can do, is there? I mean, he's not hurting for money. He's got plenty of money. So money-wise, I think is fine. So it's not money at this point. It's like, what do you want to do for your career? Are you going to retire? Do you want to have those matches? Like, it's down to him to make that decision, isn't it? Richard said, who would you like to see in the WWE Hall of Fame in 2024? My lineup would be Nation of Domination, Ken Shamrock, Sable, Al Snow, and headlined by Bray Wyatt. Let's just have a look and see who's not in the Hall of Fame, because I can sit here and say a few names, but there's probably going to be some others that deserve to go in. So for starters, apparently Bam Bam Bigelow's not in, according to this article, which was written January 2022. I don't believe Bam Bam went in last year. Did Bam Bam go in? Did Bam Bam go in? I don't know now. I know Vader went in. Is Bam Bam still not in the Hall of Fame? Let's have a look. No? No, he isn't. He's still not in. No Bam Bam Bigelow. He went into he has gone into some Hall of Fames, but not the WWE one. Wow. Well, I would say that's definitely. So according to this, Big Show, Batista, Jericho, Ivan Koloff, The Rock, Bam Bam Bigelow, Vince McMahon, William Regal. These are all names. The 10 wrestlers still not in the Hall of Fame. So John Cena, Chris Jericho, William Regal, Big Show, Umaga, Sable, Melina. Really? She was arguably the best female during the Ruthless Aggression era, and that makes her Hall of Fame worthy. I don't have an argument with that, to be honest, but it's a bit of a weird name. Like, I feel like if Bam Bam's not on this list and we're going to put Melina in before Bam Bam, John Cena, Chris Jericho, William Regal, Big Show, Umaga, Sable, I mean, all of these are deserving. AJ Lee, CM Punk. Imagine that, CM Punk going in. The Rock. Wonder if they'd do that, actually. AJ Lee and CM Punk are not in the Hall of Fame. What if you put them in next year? CM Punk and AJ Lee. I'd do that. I'd do that. Just because if you can't get them to come back and wrestle, why not reach out the olive branch of putting them into your Hall of Fame and making them Hall of Famers? Putting them both in the same class as well. So I would do that. I know that a lot of people want Bray Wyatt to go in, but if you're going to do that, they would be the main event. And so you just push Bray Wyatt back a year. It doesn't really matter when he goes in, does it? Bray will go in. I don't think it has to be next year. But that's the name that I think probably a lot of people are going to be looking for. But I think if you was to do CM Punk and AJ Lee instead, I think people would get it. I think people would understand. So, yeah, I think you've got to put Sable in. I think you've got to put Bam Bam Bigelow in. And that'd be pretty cool if you could get CM Punk and AJ Lee to go in, because it might then just spark a conversation. You might be able to do something from there. Probably not, though. Richard said also, do you think Dolph Ziggler and Matt Riddle will join AEW? Dolph and his brother could be the tag champs. I think there's a good chance of Dolph. Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't take Dolph. Dolph, I think, is definitely someone that will be on the radar. Matt Riddle comes with a lot of baggage, doesn't he? Matt Riddle definitely comes with problems. You've got a situation that you've got to deal with there. You know, there's always just stuff happening with Riddle. So, yeah, that one I think is tricky. That one's tricky. I think that Riddle is a good name, is someone that I think they could use in AEW, but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't go in for him, because it seems like there's a lot of problems and baggage and things going on there. But I think Dolph definitely. And we read earlier, actually, apparently there's a lot of interest in Shelton Benjamin. Shelton Benjamin is a name that's been getting quite a few mentions. So Shelton Benjamin is definitely one that's looking likely. He might not want to retire if Raw or SmackDown don't want him. Ray was a current roster member. He's an automatic Hall of Fame next year unless his family voids it, says Wesley. Do you do podcasts on WrestleMania? Do I do podcasts on WrestleMania? I mean, we have done a podcast about WrestleMania, like the best moments in WrestleMania. We've done watch-alongs for old WrestleManias as well. In fact, that would be a good thing to look at one day, is like, what have we done watch-alongs for and what WrestleManias do we still need to do? Because we've kind of bobbed around and like done a fair few over the years, but maybe I could put them into a playlist and see which ones still need to be done. The problem is when you do a watch-along, an old watch-along, it is fun to talk about that show and talk about, like, this led to this and this happened and, you know, kind of going back and whatever. And that's good. But obviously, a lot of people want to talk about the big topic of the day. So a lot of those streams are still going to have people and conversations in them about who do you think's going to win the 2022 Royal Rumble? When do you think Bayley's going to return from injury? And all that kind of stuff, you know, because it's just natural, innit? If we were to do a watch-along this weekend, people will want to talk about what you think about Edge, what you think about CM Punk, what you think about Jade Cargill, so on, so on, so on. So they can be, like, tricky for people to go back to and watch and enjoy, because just naturally there's going to be a lot of current wrestling conversation that sneaks its way in. So that's why, like, I don't know, I don't mind doing the retro watch-alongs. They can be pretty fun, but I know they're not great for, like, people wanting to go back and enjoy them, like, further down the road. So I'm trying to find videos and streams and things that I think people would return to. I think the toy hunts are pretty good for that, to be honest. I think you can watch any of the toy hunts at any time and they are fun and they work. So Toy Hunt's good for that. I need to find more things like that, I think. So that's why not really too desperate to be doing retro watch-alongs. I was going to go, but people are like asking questions and keeping us around. Dinesh said, SmackDown is the flagship show. Big Time said, do you think they're saving Rikishi for WrestleMania build between the Usos? I don't know that we've ever come close to bringing Rikishi in. I wouldn't know what conversations we've had. We've kind of really focused on the current talent. There's been a few times where, I mean, we had Afa and Sika come in once. I think that there was a bit of speculation. Wasn't they going to do like some sort of tribal ceremony or something? And instead that got replaced with the trial of Sammy. And I think there might have been some family members that were going to be involved in that previous segment that got cancelled. But I think there's been a lot of people that have kind of got excited about the idea of Rikishi being used. But I don't know that I've ever really seen anything to say that he's ever really been like seriously approached or considered for a storyline. So I think you can always use Rikishi when you want to use Rikishi. I think he would come in. I don't think he's got any problems with being involved. But I must admit, now that we've kind of gone through what we've been through, if we are going to do Uso versus Uso, yeah, that would just seem absolutely perfect, wouldn't it? For Rikishi. And because we've not used him before, it would have impact. So actually, all those times previous where people have been desperate for Rikishi to come in, it's actually been brilliant that we haven't, because now we can bring him in for Uso versus Uso, and it will have a lot more impact. It will be better because we haven't seen him. And so, like, all of a sudden now, if Rikishi's involved, you know this is serious. Like, their dad's getting involved. So, yeah, I think we're in a good place with it, to be honest. I think we're in a good place with it. But even if they don't use it for that, you know, there may be another opportunity down the road. So I'm pretty chilled about it, to be honest. I think it'd be nice to use him at some point for something. But I think if it's Uso, that's fine. But equally, who knows? Jay might get himself to being on the verge of winning a world title, and you might want Rikishi to be a part of that. Of course, he can be part of more than just one thing, but this is my point. Like, I think there's lots of places where you could use him. He's someone that could be involved and could have been involved quite a few times. Richard said, did you hear WWE are going to carry on with Uncle Howdy to honor Bray? If so, when do you think we see him? Wrestle with Andy mentioned it. So this is news that I've not seen, so I don't know where the sources come from or who's reported it. Or anything along those lines. So I genuinely don't know. Genuinely can't comment because I haven't seen anything on it. So 3 days ago, Sportskeeda, WWE's head of creative, wants a wrestler to carry on the legacy of Bray. As per Zero News, I mean, Triple H wants Wyatt's brother to carry on the legacy. Uncle Howdy may not be done. A source said Triple H wants Bo Dallas to carry on the legacy, is willing to give him the proper opportunity to do so. Keep an eye out for after Survivor Series, but possibly December, January. Well, if that is the source, I would say take it with the correct amount of caution. Richard said, now we've seen The Rock, do you think they're building for him to face Roman at Mania? No. I don't think there's any build at the moment. The only thing that's been, I mean, like, he came out and got into a segment with Austin Theory. If we were building to Roman, he could have come out and done something with the Bloodline. So I think the only thing that he did do was make a mention outside of WWE that he was looking pretty good for WrestleMania 35, but it didn't come together. But he knows that WrestleMania 40 is just around the corner. That was a little tease, but I don't know that that was part of any builds. So I don't think there's really, other than that one comment he made, which wasn't through a WWE channel. I don't think there's anything to suggest that WWE are building that match. But we could get that match. We could get the match. WrestleLandy said, do you think Edge would be called Adam Copeland or Edge spelled different, like Edge or something? Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because I don't know if you'd get away with spelling Edge different, because it's still Edge. And have we got a history of that? I can't think of an example of that. So I would guess that he would just have to be Adam Copeland if he was to go. I don't think you'd give him a new name. I think you would have to go with Adam Copeland, because there might be some that know him as that. He has been in films, and I'm sure he's used that as his name. And I think a lot of fans know that Adam Copeland is his name. But it's, I don't know. I don't think we would get away. I don't think the lawyers would be able to get away with it. Maybe Tony would fancy his chances, give it a go. Yeah, but I can't think of an example of that where we've done that. I can't think of an example. I would imagine if they did, there would be a cease and desist that would come through very quickly. Record breaking time, cease and desist. Could we have seen the last of Big E in ring? If so, throw him in with CM Punk and AJ Lee. Then again, with the New Day in 10 years' time. Well, we could have. Rumours are that he was told by doctors that it wasn't wise for him to return, but we hear that a lot, don't we? We've heard that with Randy. So again, it's very difficult to know where the truth is. Yes, is the answer. We could have seen the last of Big E in ring. It doesn't mean that we have, but we may have. Taz done with 1 and 2 Z's. Yeah. That's a good shout. It's a really good shout. It's, I don't know, it was a different time back then, wasn't it? That's a long time ago now. 25 years or so ago. Would you get away with that? Would you be able to do the Taz thing in this day and age? Don't know. It's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. Would you get away with that in 2023? Maybe you would. You've been streaming 4.5 hours. I know, man. I meant to go ages ago, but people started asking loads of questions. For some reason, the chat burst into life as soon as SmackDown ended. But fair enough. It's a pleasure for me to sit here and chat with you guys. So, but we are going to wrap it up. We are back again tomorrow. Appreciate people joining us. That's why it's not a chore by any stretch of the imagination to chat away. But we are back tomorrow, and we're starting early as well. 2 hours before the kickoff show. NXT No Mercy. Even if you're not interested in the show, come and hang and share your thoughts. We'll talk SmackDown. We'll talk everything we've just been chatting about. We'll talk about No Mercy, and then we'll just go into the show. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be hopefully a good show. It looks like a decent card. So, and then, of course, we've got Wrestle Dream, which also looks decent on the Sunday from AEW. Right, we're done. Appreciate the support. Thanks for joining us, and hopefully see you again next time. Bye for now.